Welcome to the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania Local Foods, Local Places workshop. This is a recording of the Day 1 workshop on Tuesday, October 13th. Local Foods, Local Places is an EPA program supported by the USDA and other federal partners.
Oh, all right. Welcome, everybody. This is Christine Beauvais, again with Dialogue and Design, based in Central Virginia. Welcome to the Harrisburg Local Foods, Local Places. We're so delighted that all of you are on today. We'll be doing an overview of Zoom in just a moment, but I want to go ahead and see if Jessica and Jennifer and Will introduce themselves, and we'll get started. So Jessica, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Dimmick with EPR. I am co-facilitating this Local Foods, Local Places workshop with Christine. I am located in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I've been on the pre-workshop planning calls with the local steering committee. I also grew up in South Central Pennsylvania in York County. So Harrisburg is very close to where I grew up, and I'm just very excited to be a part of this process.
Thanks, Jessica. I think we'll go to Will, who's going to be co-facilitating tomorrow a little bit, and then Jennifer, will turn it over to you to say hi after that. Will?
Yeah, great. Thanks. My name is Will Cockrell. I am also with EPRPC out of Charlottesville. I'm a co-worker of Jessica's, and I'll be helping out with facilitation of some small groups later, but I did want to chime in and see what you all were doing to help prepare for those breakout groups. So I'm excited to be on the line and listen to what you all are doing. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Will. Jennifer, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself and the process, and then George, will turn it over to you to say the local welcome and introduction and set the stage for the workshop today, just with a welcome. So Jennifer, over to you to say hello.
Sure. Thanks, Christine. So hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Hirsch. I'm with EPA's Office of Community Revitalization in Washington, D.C. I want to welcome you all and thank you for taking the time to attend our workshop over the next 2 days. We're really excited to get going and talk about improving the local food systems in South Allison Hill. The technical assistance team, Christine, Jessica, Will, and George and the local steering committee have been hard at work over the last couple of months getting ready for the next 2 days. And while we're sorry we can't be with you in person, we're really hoping that you're going to find the next 2 days online fun, engaging, and very productive for the goals that you all want to accomplish. Our goal is to help the South Allison Hill community come together to define specific actions to advance your collective goals for improving your local food systems and overall improve the health of individuals as well as the larger community. And I also want to extend thanks to USDA for being a partner with EPA and Local Foods, Local Places. This program is a success because of that partnership we have. I just want to really acknowledge USDA's participation throughout this whole process in getting ready for the workshop, being at the workshop, and then even afterwards. And so we'll have a chance to hear from Carla Whalen, I think is going to speak in a little bit when we have a federal sharing session from other federal agencies who are also on the line. I just want to extend a warm welcome from both EPA and USDA to all of you for today's workshop. And so with that, I'm not going to spend a lot more time on intros. I think we really want to dig in and get going with things today. So I will turn it over to George, I think, to say hello and welcome you all.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. George, we're going to make just a quick stop before we come to you, because I think Carla has to drop off in a minute and then we'll be coming back on a little bit later. Carla, would you like to just introduce yourself and the team on behalf of USDA?
Yes, real quick. I'll just introduce myself and I'll do it a little bit broader at 3 o'clock with your federal partners. Does that work for you? Okay.
That's
so
great.
I'm Carla Whalen. I'm the Associate Deputy Administrator for Transportation and Marketing Programs. Our marketing service division, our marketing services division has participated in many of these local food, local places over the last few years. So this is actually my first opportunity. So I'm glad for that. In Pennsylvania, I'm a Pitt grad, got married in Heinz Champo, and my first child was born in Pittsburgh. And I need to drop off, so I'll be back.
Thanks, Carla. Bye. All right, great. George, over to you. Welcoming people and just so people know, there'll be a longer context presentation from the local steering committee in just a little bit. So George, over to you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Christine. I am so excited to have this local food, local places opportunity, and thank you for hosting it with us. My name is George Payne. I'm projects director with the Harrisburg Redevelopment Authority, which had applied for and was able to receive this wonderful technical assistance from the EPA and USDA. So I want to thank the steering committee over the past half a year, really, which are a lot of the members from the HUG team and Tri-County Community Action and neighborhoods, Donnell and Tannen, Bishop Thomas, Niles, Ariane, and Kenyatta. I'm trying to hope I didn't forget anybody, but I think I pretty much everyone that I mentioned there have been really key in promoting this, and they themselves have been. Tina, I'm sorry. Yes, Tina have been really key and important in promoting this, as well as themselves being, growers or helpers in the whole food and food supply challenge in South Allison Hill. One of the wonderful things about working from home and challenges are pets. And I'm sorry, I have a very needy dog that just can't get off my lap and needs to be on me. So I apologize. I'm going to try and see if I can. All right. So that's my introduction. And I think it's a good time to turn it back to you, Christine.
That sounds great. Thanks, George. That's actually such a great segue, because I will say, as I say in every single virtual workshop, your pets are welcome, because they're going to show up even if you try to keep them out of the room. Your kids are welcome. We know a lot of you might have kids who are doing online school right now. If you eat a snack, that's fine. So take care of your own needs. And again, it's just the reality of working from home. So George, your dog is actually quite entertaining. So we'll try to stay focused. With that being said, a little bit of housekeeping. Again, our team, the technical assistance team, is here entirely at the community's request, and is here entirely of service to the community. So our virtual workshop today and tomorrow is really geared to create an action plan centered on local foods and local places in Harrisburg and South Allison Hill. And we're really thankful that you're choosing to spend the time here. You know, the community has been tremendous to work with so far. The steering committee has knocked it out of the park in terms of working together. And so kudos to all of you for showing up today. So we're grateful for your time, and we're looking forward to putting together the action plan that you as a community can help advance after the workshop in these 2 days. So thank you for taking the time to spend here. So a couple of just Zoom best practices or guidelines. Again, if this is your first Zoom meeting ever, welcome. If this is your 5,000th, welcome. We're glad you're here. We invite you, there are a couple different ways to view your screen. If you hover over your little picture, there will be 3 little dots in the upper right-hand corner. You can rename yourself there. And for some of you, particularly phone participants, we might rename you so that we can know who is who. And we'll be doing intros in just a little bit. So we invite you to type in your full name into the participant list when you're joining. If you're in a place where you can connect with video and screen share, that's fine. It's great to see faces, especially in this time when we're not able to gather in person. And if you're in a place where you're not able to connect with video screen share, that's fine. Do take care of your own needs. If your connection's spotty, if you do turn off your video, it will free up bandwidth. We invite you to stay muted when you're not speaking. And if you happen to forget to mute yourself and we hear background noise, we might mute you, but you can unmute yourself again. So those are just kind of some virtual workshop best practices. In terms of our meeting guidelines, we hope that you're not shy, but we do invite you to be courteous of others. We have a lot of folks, especially during our introductions. We really do mean a phrase during introductions coming up in just a few minutes. So just keep in mind that we have a lot of folks. We invite you to use the chat role for sharing ideas or just to ask questions. There's also a function where you can raise your hand if needed. And also you're welcome to step away. So on the screen, you can see a picture of what just a generic Zoom template looks like. If you click on the Participants tab, there is a place to raise your hand. You'll also see on the toolbar a chat feature. Jessica, would you mind popping, if it's okay with you, your cell phone number in the chat role so people can contact you if they're having a technology fail? So if anybody has a technology fail at any point, you can call Jessica and we will help connect you some other way. So again, we will be using the chat role quite a bit. That's also the place to let us know if you're having a technology problem. You'll see a place on the toolbar to mute and unmute yourself at the microphone icon to start and stop your video, as well as to see the participant list. We will launch a poll in just a little bit. That will pop up in your screen. If you don't see it, it might have gone behind your browser window. Lastly, around Zoom, as we're sharing screens, your image might have changed. There's a way where you see our pictures to actually change the way that you see people. You might see a little thin rectangle and then a fatter rectangle, 2 rectangles, and then a grid. If you click on the grid, you can actually grab the corner of the window and move it in and out just like you would an internet browser window. So those are a couple different ways you can just get used to playing around with Zoom and see different folks on here. So again, if you have any questions, just let us know. We are recording the sessions and we will make the sessions available after, as well as the slides available after. So if you know somebody who wasn't able to join and you want to share the recordings with them, they will be available. If you can let us know in the chat role, or if you're joining by phone, if you're not okay with us sharing your contact information in a registrant list after the workshop, please do let us know now. That would be really helpful. It will only be with the people in this workshop and your name and email if you have one. So if you don't want us to share your contact information, please let us know. Finally, if you see this, if you see me doing this, it's just a simple way to say, wrap it up, please. We're going to keep rolling. So keep an eye out for that finger spinning. Please don't take it personally. It's just going to keep us rolling forward because we have a lot of fun stuff over the 4 sessions. With that being said, here's what our agenda looks like for the next few days. And then we're going to jump into introductions. So we have 4 sessions coming up. Here we are, we'll break at 4 p.m. today. Then we have a 2-hour break for you to get some grub and hang out with your family or your grandkids or your grandparents or take a walk. And then we'll have a second session from 6 to 8 this evening.
Beams is out today.
This evening is when we'll do a deep dive as a large group into the goals. And you'll hear what the initial goals are shortly. Tomorrow, starting from 2:30 to 4:30, so an hour later, starting tomorrow, we have session 3, and that's where we'll break into small groups to do action brainstorming around each of the 4 goals. And then session 4 tomorrow evening from 6 to 8 will be to put some meat on the bones or the wrapping on the tofu. That's where we start to get some details on how to make the goals a reality and the actions a reality. So really interactive sessions, fun sessions, and we welcome your feedback at any point. You're welcome to attend any and all of the sessions. You're welcome to, bring, again, your friends or family to the session if you want to, but it's okay if you miss a session. If you miss one and want to come back, that's no problem at all. Any questions from anyone before we get into introductions? Jessica, Jennifer, anything you want to add about our overview before we jump into intros?
I'm good.
All right.
No, let's do it.
Great. For folks who might be joining by phone only, we might just have one. If you, or maybe not, feel free to jump in at any point. If you haven't had a chance to share something and you just want to jump in, feel free. So for introductions, we're going to ask our steering committee to introduce yourselves first. We're going to ask you, so I'm going to jump ahead 2 slides and then I'll come back to our steering committee slide. And I'll actually do a roll call based on the participant list. We're going to ask you to share your name and your affiliation. And if you say community member, that's completely fine if you don't have an official affiliation. So your name, affiliation, and then 1 to 3 words, and that's the magic number there, 1 to 3. What are you most excited about this workshop, or about the opportunity to focus on local foods in Harrisburg? So we're going to start out again with our steering committee. So again, your name, affiliation, and then 1 to 3 words. What are you most excited about? I'm going to call your names out. And again, we're so grateful for the steering committee for all that you have done for the workshop. So with that, George, I'm going to turn it back to you to get us going.
Hi. Okay. I'm on mute. Okay. George Payne. I'm with the Redevelopment Authority of Harrisburg. Community Food Accelerator. That's my goals, the community food goals and the food accelerator.
Awesome. Thanks, George. Appreciate it. Danelle, is Danelle on? All right. Niles.
My name is Niles Lavin, and I am with Love Reforms Cooperative, and I grow food in the community to sell at the Allison Hill Farmers Market, and I word sustainability.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Niles. Is Tina on?
Hi, this is Tina Hornberger. I'm a resident, and I'm excited just for some new opportunities.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Tina. Is Bishop Thomas on? All right, Tannen.
Hey, I'm Tannen. I'm with Wild Heart, Love the Hill, and I'm also with the South Allison Hill Homeowners and Residents Association. And I'm excited to finally see conversations moving towards fruit and action, because I like to get stuff done.
Great. Awesome. Tannen, we're going to be focused on getting stuff done most of the time. This will be the most talking we'll do this first session. So I appreciate that forward momentum. Kenyatta. Is Kenyatta on the line? Alrighty. So we'll do, I'm going to pull up our participant list here. This is Christine Gouvet, again with Dialogue and Design in Central Virginia. And I am excited for folks to have a chance to connect online and for a really awesome workshop today. Jessica. Again.
I'm Jessica Dimick with EPR, and I am most excited about creating an action plan.
Great, awesome, thanks, Jessica. So I'm just gonna go down the participant list. Kirsten.
Hi there.
Hi there.
I'm Kirsten Reinford, and I am a farmer outside of Harrisburg, and I've also managed an urban farm in Harrisburg, and I'm excited to see people coming together.
Great, awesome. Thanks, Kirsten. And if I say anyone's name incorrectly, please do correct me. Catherine. All right, Catherine, we can almost hear you. Catherine Scott.
Hi, how you doing?
Great, how are you today? Sure can.
I'm fine. I'm a community member, and I'm very passionate about gardening. And I'm just been affiliated with everybody in the community. But right now, I'm working with Wild Heart Joshua Farm, and we're looking forward to that being a great success in bringing food security to our communities. I'm happy.
Glad you're on. Thank you. Appreciate that positive energy.
Okay.
Tina. Tina, and so I want to invite folks to mute yourselves again after you do an intro. It'd be great so that sometimes there's a little background noise. Tina, are you able to hear us? Do you want to take yourself off mute and introduce yourself? I see you're on.
Yep, actually, I already introduced myself.
Oh, you did. Oh my gosh, you did third. How did I miss that? Sorry, Tina. All right, Arian.
Arian, I have been affiliated with Harrisburg Urban Growers and Hub for a numerous amount of years. I've also done a lot of work within the community of Harrisburg through Ladybug Earth Care and also Love Reforms. I'm really excited about this intersection of activism in the form of just supporting our neighbors and helping them to be as well as, you know, what they've been given the opportunity to. Thank you.
Arian. Hey, Betty.
Hi, I'm Betty Barnes, and I'm with EPA Region 3. I'm out of the Philadelphia office, and I'm excited to see how this community evolves after this workshop.
Great. Thanks, Betty. Corey.
Sorry, I was muted.
No problem.
But hello, everybody. I am Corey Dupree. I am with the Bridge Eco Village. And in 1 to 3 words, and we are developing the former Bishop McDevitt on Market Street. And I am super excited about just learning, just because as we're looking to continue to be active in the community, there's so much about the Hill and about Harrisburg as a whole as it relates to us being a food desert and how we're looking to go ahead and transform it collectively into a food oasis. I am just eager to be a student, and I'm just excited to meet everybody, and hopefully soon it'll be in person.
Great, awesome. Thanks, Corey. Appreciate that. All right, Dylan.
Hello, Dylan Iafreda. I am also with the Bridge Eco Village, and I'm an intern there. And one of the things I'm looking forward to the most is probably, along with Corey, just learning a lot about the needs of the community in Harrisburg and understanding so we know what to do.
Dylan. Emily.
Hi, I'm Emily Nardella with United Way of the Capital Region. We are funding a health access program called Contact to Care in Harrisburg, and eager to see improved community access to healthy food as that complements our goals for improving the health of the community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, Gary.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gary Gilliam. I'm the CEO of the Bridge Eco Village, and I'm excited to create and provide solutions.
Hey, awesome. Good modeling there. Hey, Hilary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hilary Lyle. I am a program officer at the South Central Workforce Investment Board. We're responsible for overseeing the 6 career links in the South Central region. And I'm most excited to connect with community partners to talk about how we can best partner in the Harrisburg region. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Isaac. Isaac, let's see. You may need to come off of mute, Isaac. There you go.
Hey, I'm Isaac Oliphant. I've lived in Harrisburg my whole life. Really understanding the benefit of having food grown locally, and also just, figuring out what we can do as a community to come together. And I'm here to learn from you all, and excited to be here. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Isaac. See, Jacob.
Hello, I'm Jacob. I am with the City of Harrisburg with the Planning Department, and I am most excited for this engagement.
Awesome. Thanks, Jacob. Okay, Jackie. Jackie and Karen. Oh, Jackie, you might be muted, so you'll just need to take yourself off of mute.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm sorry, Jackie and Karen is what we had left over from our family reunion, and I can't get it off yet. So I will work on that. But I'm Jackie Rucker, and I'm at Gather the Spirit for Justice, and we sit also on the Allison Hill Farmers Market Steering Committee. And I just am been very excited with the whole discussion about food and how we can come together and really start making some differences, helping people make a difference in the community.
Great. Thanks, Jackie. I appreciate it. It's like Jessica or Will probably changed it. Is that correct now, Jackie? And your name?
It's, yes, that's good.
Is it ER, 2 E's?
No, that's good. That is me.
Oh, it's good. Okay, great. Perfect. Glad to hear that. Awesome. Jamal.
Good afternoon.
Great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamal Jones. I'm the Director of Business Development with the City of Harrisburg. And my word for today is collaboration. I'm really excited about the collaboration that we see here today. And it's just very exciting. So looking forward to listening and learning. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jamal. Jeffrey.
Hello, I'm Jeff Matano with USDA Rural Development, and I'm just looking forward to making some connections to see what we could do as a federal agency to help with the local foods and create jobs in the area using local foods as a vehicle. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeffrey. John.
John Logan, Hamilton Health Center, South Allison Hill. We're a healthcare organization that is works closely with people like the food bank and between economic development, social determinants of health, et cetera, in the Harrisburg and Central PA area. Glad to be involved. And Janine Peterson, our CEO's, had a conflict. She's in a meeting right now. She'll be attending this evening's meeting.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Julie.
Hi, Julie Walter with Tri-County Community Action. I'm just excited about how we can collectively create action towards equity and revitalization through food.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Kara.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kara Palat. I'm with the Region 3 Office of the Health Resources and Services Administration, HRSA. We sit in Philadelphia but cover Pennsylvania, and I'm excited just to participate. I've been on a few of these, but I don't ever get to come in person, so the fact it's actually virtual is benefiting me. So congratulations on this opportunity, everyone. I look forward to seeing where you guys are headed next.
Great, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, Kelly.
Hi, my name's Kelly Marcico. I'm very happy to be here. I'm a community member. I've been involved with various community gardens throughout the years, and I have my own tiny little farm called Mary Flora, and I'm passionate about bringing nutritious and healthy food to the local community and local food sovereignty. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, appreciate it. All right, Kendra.
Hi, my name is Kendra Hoffman. I run a local business, sort of more of a collective of contractors called Ladybug Earth Care. We do regenerative landscaping and ecological design. And I'm really excited about all the different faces and names and organizations represented here already. And have lived in Harrisburg off and on for many years, was born in Harrisburg, and love this central Pennsylvania region. And have a huge passion for food security for all people. And I'm just looking forward to ways that me and my community of friends and earth care lovers can contribute in any way. And excited to see an action plan developed and yeah, just be a part of the whole thing. Thanks for inviting me.
I appreciate it. Kelly, wait, sweet Kelly is gone. Latasha.
Hello, everyone. My name is Latasha Thomas, and I work with USDA Marketing Services Division. I am here to hear a lot about what's going on in South Allison Hill and see where we may be able to provide resources or connections.
Okay, thanks, Latasha. Appreciate it. Megan.
Hi, I'll turn my video on for a moment here. My name is Megan Zook. I'm a registered dietitian and a community health and nutrition coordinator for the Salvation Army of Harrisburg. And my 3 words are collaborative public health. So I'm excited about this workshop.
Great. Thanks, Megan. Great 3 words. Nova.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelva Wright, and I'm the City Health Officer. And thank you for having me on here. And my 3 words are food, safe, and healthy. And I'm excited to be a part of this and to find out more about how we can provide food equity throughout the city.
Great, thanks. Appreciate that. Okay, Ron.
Hello, everyone. Ron Batcher from the USDA Ag Marketing Service. I am the lead architect for the Wholesale Market and Food Facility Design Program, and I am excited about architecture for agriculture.
Awesome, very cool. Thanks, Ron. All right, Sandra.
Hello, I'm a new resident and I'm excited about learning more and possibly being able to help out. I have a background in nutrition and some community work, so I'm excited about the whole process. Thank you.
And I think every community would appreciate an introduction just like that. I'm new to the area and I am ready to help out, so that's awesome. Thank you. All right, Sasha.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha Pokarvskaya, and I work with Ron Batcher and Latasha Thomas in the Marketing Services Division of the USDA. I am also an architect and provide architectural design services. And my 3 words are design improves lives.
Thank you, Sasha. Solomon.
Hey there, good afternoon, everyone. You caught me off guard there. I'm at the end of the list, maybe. Certainly, thank you for the invitation. My name is Solomon Wheeler, and I'm with the U.S. Small Business Administration. Our basic mission is to see small business owners be successful. So my 3 words would be healthy food producers. We'd love to see more healthy food producers. So thanks again. Look forward to participating.
Great, thanks, Solomon. All right, Veronica. Tina, I won't call on you again, even though you're on my list. Veronica.
Hi, I'm Veronica. I'm with Tri-County Community Action in the Neighborhood Revitalization Department. My main words would be sort of creative brainstorm, because there's so many ways to do this right in our community. And I think with these people on this call, we can really get an idea and a feel for what works best in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Veronica. I appreciate that. Has anyone not introduced themselves yet? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, so now we're going to just do a quick group photo. So now's the time to kind of do your hair or not. You can check for food in your teeth. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And you don't have to share your screen if you're not comfortable, but if you are comfortable turning your video on for a second, we're just going to get a group shot. We have a great large group of folks today, so we probably will do 2 different screenshots that Jessica is going to lead. So again, if you're able to turn your video on just for a second, Jessica, over to you.
Great, thanks everybody. So we have such a big group that I'm going to have to take at least 2 shots because you're not all sitting on one slide. So I've got the first one, so here we go. Everybody say
Jessica,
cheese.
Can you hang on one second, Jessica? I think there might have been a question. Did anybody have a question or concern?
I was going to ask if we're saying cheese, but I think we got it.
Cool. Anybody else? Any other concerns or questions? All right, back to you, Jessica.
Okay, all right. So here goes the first one. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, you'll have to bear with me just a second here as I save this.
Crackers.
So there's the first one. Okay. And sorry, my computer is being a little slow for a second. Okay, and here is the second one. So 3, 2, 1, cheese. Cheese. All right.
Cheesy. All right. It's actually really nice to not have the screen shared. So if people aren't familiar, you can switch between speaker view and gallery view as well in the upper right-hand corner. We will leave the Zoom room open in between breaks. So if you want to catch up, if you're new to the community and you want to have a chance just to chat, that's a way you can see other folks in the call. So thanks everybody for bearing with us. We miss seeing people in person. And with that being said, we're going to turn it over to just a little bit more context here in just a second. I need to open my, all right. Sorry, here we go. All right, can everybody see the screen again?
Yep.
Great, thank you. All right, so here we are, session 1. Our first session will focus on big picture. So we're moving from the big picture around vision and values. Jessica and I are going to share a couple case studies The local steering committee is going to provide some context, some favorite places in South Allison Hill, some places that there is some creative opportunity. The federal partners and state partners are going to share a little bit about what they do, programs and resources. And we're going to wrap up our first session today with a really cool interactive mapping session on something called Social Pinpoint that we did share in our registration form as well. That's a really great tool to be able to set the stage for our goals. In just a little bit, we'll also share what the draft goals are, and the goals will really set the stage for our whole action planning process. So with that being said, Jennifer is going to tell us a little bit more about what the overarching program looks like, and then I'll fill in some more details. So Jennifer, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. Sorry, I just had to unmute myself there. But so yeah, this diagram just represents the overall LFLP process. Started with, as George mentioned, their application to EPA to be selected. And then over the last few months, we've been working with George and the local steering committee to prepare for today and tomorrow. And so, you know, we've arrived at what we call our workshop bliss on the slide towards the right-hand side. And then after the workshop, we'll have 3 calls to, you know, make sure we really have captured everything that was discussed over the last 2 days, and document everything into what we have call our action plan for Harrisburg and South Allison Hill. And that will then get delivered to all of you in the community to move forward. Next. Okay. So to give a little bit more just background on the program, as I've mentioned, it's a joint project of EPA and USDA. But the success of the program also really relies on the participation of other federal agencies, our state, regional and local partners, and you know, we have several of those folks on the call today, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about how they can also help with this process. I have the next slide. So, you know, why was LFLP created? I think there were several reasons, but you know, the overall objectives of the program are to improve economic opportunities for farmers and food businesses, improve access to health, fresh, local food. And then, you know, by doing both of those things, we can help revitalize downtowns, main streets, and existing neighborhoods in many different communities. And then, you know, many times this is accomplished by creating connections between local food systems and place-based investments. So, for example, you know, in your community, there will be an interest in talking about a food hub, accelerator, physical location. But it's also by convening stakeholders. You know, on today's calls, we just went through the introductions. We heard about the range of people and organizations that are involved today. And, you know, it's by making connections between all of these different groups that we can, you know, work together to advance the goals and actions that we're going to be developing over the next 2 days. So, you know, just to highlight where Harrisburg kind of fits in, I guess, in the overall Local Foods, Local Places program. The program has been around since 2015. It's served just over 100 communities. So Harrisburg is one of 16 that we're working in this year. So, you know, Harrisburg will be part of a growing collection of communities that are really a resource for one another. And we even have a Facebook page that you're all welcome to join and follow, where, you know, folks who've participated in previous rounds, you know, post stories and resources and information that could really be of help to what you all want to accomplish here in Harrisburg. So, yeah, I mean, we're just really looking forward to, you know, having Harrisburg join the larger LFLP community. So, I think. Is that it, or is there another slide, Christine, or is it back to you?
That was perfect. Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate that. So we're going to be moving, you know, setting the stage about the program at the beginning, but the workshop will flip. It's going to become more and more interactive over the course of the workshop. So just so you know, you're going to hear the most from us now about the program, and that's going to change to be hearing from you in a large group setting with mapping in session 1, large group around the goals in session 2, and small groups by goal area, and as a large group in sessions 3 and 4. So super interactive. It's really amazing actually that a lot of people have said it's been really helpful to be in the virtual format, because some people who might not have been able to attend an in-person workshop for whatever reason are actually able to attend online. So again, thanks so much to all of you for joining. A couple additional key things about the Local Foods, Local Places program. Many communities are, apply for the program, for the Technical Assistance Program initially, because they care about their communities, the heart of your community. And many communities have found that food is a key to revitalizing local neighborhoods. Now, we've already been blown away by the tremendous amount of work happening across Harrisburg. So you are already light years ahead of many communities who are just starting this process. So you have a lot to build on. But some people might not know about what's taking place in Harrisburg. So one of the opportunities in the workshop is to share ideas and share resources and to connect to each other. So there's an education piece that's part of the LFLP, or Local Foods, Local Places workshop as well. A lot of communities find that through connecting local retailers, restaurants, vendors, farmers markets, farms, and community gardens, there are opportunities that they never even imagined would be possible that can take place. Also, investments for walking and biking, for making downtowns more connected, for bringing a little love to a vacant lot, or to what we've heard in South Allison Hill, to some gardens that maybe have fallen by the wayside in recent years. People identify opportunities for revitalization that are unique to each community, and every community does look different. With that being said, there's certainly revitalization opportunities, but economic benefits, many communities have found are tremendous through focusing on local food. As with all efforts, it takes time, and it takes relationships, and it takes trust to realize those. But through addressing, especially in the age of COVID, many communities have found that reliance on local food and local farms has just been increased. Many people want to eat as locally as possible, and so there's been a resurgence of interest in local food and farms and support. There are also a lot of barriers sometimes to people being able to access healthy, fresh, or local food for a variety of reasons. Maybe that's a local bodega doesn't have access to fresh food, or maybe there's not financial ability to access that fresh food. So communities find through the action planning process that those connections can start to be drawn through growing economic benefits. And local food businesses can help fill those vacant spaces, local space opportunities for businesses. So we'll talk about how to connect with infrastructure as well. Improving access to local healthy food has several different types of components. First, of course, there's availability with production, processing, and retail. Considering access to the food itself and security. We've heard a little bit about that in the introductions. What's the physical, economic, cultural, and consistent access to local food? And then considering resources around preparing, producing, and consuming it, and then across initiatives as a whole. So there are many different types of considerations that communities take into account when creating their action plans for local foods and local places across the spectrum of local food choices. Health certainly comes into play. In health benefits, obesity certainly is a driving force for many communities to focus on local food and healthy activities. Residents with greater access to healthy foods can find new ways to, of course, prepare foods, to engage with foods, to walk to markets, to work in a community garden, to engage with their neighbors. So there are a lot of associated health benefits with local foods that communities work to realize. And many communities find that purchasing local food, supporting local food, growing local food not only helps the bottom line of the community through keeping the finances in the community, or the economic benefits in the community, but it also has environmental implications as well. So health, and then at the same time, equity is a driving force across the board for neighborhood revitalization, economic development, and food access. And it's really the overarching theme for action planning. So there are 4 draft goals that the steering committee has developed that will help guide the planning process in Harrisburg. And equity is really the overarching theme for all of the action planning processes for local foods, local places. And the goals and actions really ideally will deepen the connection between food systems, health, and economic development to foster progress that's both equitable and inclusive. And so I just invite you to keep those things in mind as we move through the course of these 4 sessions, and you start to think about actions to realize the goals and details to keep those overarching themes in play. But here's where we're headed. The overall purpose, again, of the local foods, local places process is to create an action plan, as we've mentioned. And we're going to assess where the opportunities are currently, where the assets are, where the challenges are. The social pinpoint mapping that Jessica is going to lead us through later in the session is really going to help tease out some specific places and opportunities in a very accessible way. And we'll start to think about how to, again, make these goals a reality. What partnerships are needed? What resources? What tools? What time frame? What needs to happen in the next 6 months? The next 18 months, maybe the next 2 years, but it's a fairly short to medium term, next 6 to 24 months time frame is what we're considering for the action plan as a whole. And that's really what the heart of this technical assistance process looks like, is creating an action plan for Harrisburg. With that being said, one of the really cool things that comes with the technical assistance process are the federal and state partners. And in a little while, after the overview from the steering committee and the case studies, you'll hear a little bit more from those federal and state partners about the resources that they know of. As part of our final action plan, we'll share some really remarkable appendices that include grants, programs, and resources, some of which are similar to the local foods, local places technical assistance process. And there's an amazing array of programs that are available from USDA, from Housing and Urban Development, from EPA, and other federal and state agencies to help you realize this action plan. So you can see what some of these are now. Carla, did you want to say a few minutes now, or do you want to wait until the federal sharing session? When would you like to say a few words about?
I think I can wait till the federal sharing session, because it'll go a little different than where you are right now.
Yeah, that sounds great. So with that being said, that's just an overview of the planning process, the program, and what it looks like. We're going to do share a little bit about what the goals are and how we got here, and then preview where we're headed with the action planning tables. Before I turn it over to the goals, Jessica, anything that you want to add? Jennifer, anything you want to add about the program up until this point?
I'm good. I'll just say that, oh, go ahead, Jennifer. Anything to add?
No, I'm good at this point. Go ahead, Jessica.
I'll just say that communities in the past who have gone through this local foods, local places technical assistance have used the action plan to pursue additional grant opportunities and have been very successful in doing that. So not only are we developing an action plan for the next 2 years, but we're also putting the stones on the foundation for you to be even more successful in your goals in the future.
I appreciate that. There's a question in the chat roll. Is anyone here that's a business owner in South Allison Hill? Anybody on the line yet that's a business owner in South Allison Hill? Tannen says yes. Thumbs up. Tannen found the reactions. Tannen, do you want to say anything else about that?
Among the many hats I wear, one of them is a business owner, local coffee roastery, Pure Bean, which is represented at the South Allison Hill Farmers Market as well.
Great, thanks, Tannen. And we will have more people who aren't able to join this session, join the later sessions as well. Good question. Thanks for bringing that up, Ariane. And Jessica, Will, Jennifer, if you see anything in the chat roll that I missed, feel free to bring it up for the whole group session as well. All right. Any questions about the program so far, the process? Any other questions in general from anyone on the line? Okay. Catherine, did you have a question? So the goals. Goals have been developed by the steering committee, and the goals really serve as the foundation point for the action plan moving forward. Now you'll see that on the slide, we have draft written down because many communities find that over the course of the action planning process, new ideas emerge or language might need to shift a little bit. So it is possible that the goals might be tweaked a little bit over the course of the 2-day workshop that we're in, and that's completely fine. But these are the 4 goals that the steering committee has developed in conjunction with the technical assistance team that really helps frame the focus for our 2 days. So the first one is to develop a food hub or a food accelerator, and you're going to hear a lot more about that in a little bit. That's sustainable, that is a sustainable and profitable venture that supports the local food economy. And this idea came out of the Brownfields area-wide plan for Harrisburg, and it, you know, the steering committee will talk about this in a little while too, but it's an idea to really locate together a number of different food-related opportunities, such as a greenhouse, a commercial kitchen, market opportunity, ways to support local food-related businesses. So it doesn't have to be tied to a specific building. You'll hear about a specific building in a little bit, but the purpose behind this goal is really to think about a lot of really awesome food stuff, food hub activities co-located together with some social support mechanisms in place, and we'll share some different case study ideas too that's sustainable and profitable. So that's the first one. I'm going to invite any questions that you might have in a minute, and then we're going to have a quick poll to see how on track you think these goals are. Goal 2, improve access to and demand for fresh nutritional food for residents in South Allison Hill neighborhood. Goal 3, increase resources, training, and support for local food growers and food entrepreneurs. And 4, create an ethnic restaurant row in South Allison Hill. So those are the 4 goals that again stem from actually even the initial application and the steering committee over the course of the planning process so far. Steering committee, anything else you want to add to the goals briefly? Any other framing to these goals? Or are there any questions about the goals from anyone?
Yeah,
All
this
right.
is George. I'm just, I know we're going to go into each one more in depth to give the context of how we came up with them, right? So
absolutely,
we won't necessarily get into that right now. But yeah, there's a lot of context for each goal. Just wanted to say they had the community and was these goals, each of these goals were wrought from a lot of community and a lot of planning input from previous neighborhood plans and things like that. So they're very community driven.
Great. That's helpful context, George. Thank you. So we're going to have again, the body of the workshop will focus on the goals and the actions and details, but we just want to know kind of big picture now. Are we missing any key goals? Does anything seem like it should be here that's not yet? As we move forward, both with the presentations, the case studies, the mapping, I want to invite you to find either your phone, you know, the notes setting on your phone, or a good old fashioned piece of paper, and jot down any action ideas that you see. Because you're going to think of an action idea now that you say, I wish that I thought about that and I wrote it down for when we get to the action planning later. So I want to invite each of you, as you think about actions, or my goodness, you know, that farm would be awesome for that goal. Any people, places, time frame you think of, jot it down. I see a baby. So with that being said, this is just a quick kind of broad brush initial poll to see how on track these goals are. Again, we're going to have time to change them in our large group and small group as we move forward, but we just want to kind of take the temperature, if you will. So I'm going to launch a poll, and you should see it pop up. There's a chance it might go behind the screen, so you might have to minimize the screen. Can you see the poll? Folks can, great. So 3 questions. What's your general level of satisfaction with the goals? How on track do you think they are? Either they're clear and they make a lot of sense. That should say, let's go. I think they're a strong start, but I have a couple questions. I think something might still be missing. I'm just going to give you about 15 or 20 seconds of silence to go ahead and fill those out. And if you have any specific ideas, we invite you to pop them in the chat roll for things that might be missing. So that would be a great way to use the chat roll now. Oh. I can see that 12 people have filled it out. 15 people almost halfway there. welcome folks as you're joining. If we have any new people, if you have specific ideas about things that might be missing, feel free to add them to the chat roll.
Do you think we're still going to go for?
Right. So I see 21 people have voted. If you haven't voted yet, feel free to go ahead and do so. And then we'll close the poll and share the results. Just a moment. All right, anybody need more time?
Christine, this is Solomon. I actually don't see the survey. I'm not sure if there's something I'm doing wrong or not.
Sometimes, Solomon, depending on how you're joining, it can pop behind a screen. So you might have to minimize a window and look for it. At the same time, you're welcome to just tell us what your vote is and we can enter it for you. Or we can actually take note of it. I actually can't enter it for you because I've lost the poll. Did you find it?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't see it. I tried to minimize the screen, so not sure what's going on.
Well, do you want to just let us know how on track you think they are? 1, great. 2?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
2, so 1 is they're clear, they make a lot of sense, let's go. 2, they're a strong start, but you have some questions. 3, you think something might still be missing. Where are you, Solomon, in that 1, 2, 3?
I think 1 is fine. I think they're on track. I like them. I like the goals.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. I'm going to share the results. Can you see the results now? Jessica, can you see the results?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you. So 86% of people said, 18 respondents said they're clear, they make a lot of sense. 1 person said, I think they're a strong start, but I have a couple questions. 2 people said something might still be missing. So we're going to welcome those ideas about what still might be missing in the chat roll. Nelva asked, will this serve as a blueprint for other areas in the city? That is a great question. George, do you have any thoughts on that? Good question.
All right, sorry, had to unmute. So the big focus is South Allison Hill, and the reason is that this application for technical assistance had to be specifically neighborhood focused. But obviously the impact will be beyond South Allison Hill, but we're hoping that the direct resources and the direct benefit will start and center in South Allison Hill. But yes, I'm hoping that this will be, Harrisburg wide, and also benefit and utilize local growers and farms and solutioning that are from our surrounding communities. It kind of has to as well. But yes, centered in South Allison Hill because that was the neighborhood focus that was required from the grant, and that is a lot of where the steering committee and agencies were rooted in.
Great, thank you. And I also said we hope the water will flow downhill to all the city, and many communities do find that. They find that processes like this get the conversation rolling and people make things happen. So we, again, invite you, the whole action planning process will continue to be stewarded by the local steering committee. So, the steering committee is driving the bus. So again, congratulations to all of you for being here. Do we have anybody new that has joined the call that would like to introduce your name and affiliation? All right. With that being said, we are, again, if you think of a goal that you feel like really should be one of these top goals that's not in here, I invite you to bring it, especially to our evening session, where we're going to focus within a large group as the goals as a whole, as well as action items. So that's helpful. We're largely on track. We're missing a couple things. We want to hear what might be missing. And we're going to have a lot of time to focus on that. To make sure everybody's on the same page though, and because generally speaking, when we come to in-person workshops, we have a chance to take a look at places together and to point at real things. It's been really important in the virtual workshops for the local steering committee to set the stage. Why are we here? There's a question that George just alluded to that. So the steering committee is going to give a presentation on the context, why the application, what goals are in mind, and a couple pictures of key places. Some of you might know these places. For other people, this might be the first time that you've heard of them. So with that being said, before we do the local steering committee presentation, this is where we're headed. This evening, we're going to have time for each person to actually add your own ideas for actions for each of the goals. So this is what we're going to be having, a shared Google Doc, and this is just a screenshot of what that looks like. Tomorrow, we're going to be moving into tables, and you can see we get specific. Why is it important? How do we measure success? What's the time frame from now to the next 2 years? Who might help make it happen? And what are potential needs and resources? So this is really where we're headed over the next 2 days. And then here's a quick preview of what Social Pinpoint looks like. And it's really awesome because you can really add, it's something the community can continue to refer to. It will be open for a year from this point for Harrisburg and South Allison Hill to continue to refer to. So before we turn over to the local steering committee presentation, any questions from anyone? Great, Solomon's added a good question to the chat roll. So I'm gonna frame this question. Was there anything else from anybody? Any other questions before I turn it over to the steering committee? All right, so Solomon has asked, is there capacity in Allison Hill to support a large grocery store such as Fresh Grocer, same situations in North Philadelphia, such as a food desert? And Tianan has responded, we have a medium size. So some good local context questions. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to the local steering committee for the presentation. So George, over to you, and feel free to draw on these questions as well.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So my question, first of all, about the presentation, are you going to go down slide by slide, or should I share mine? How
no, I'll go ahead and advance for you, George. Just let
me
know when you're ready to go.
All right.
That'd be great. There is a slight delay, just a quick update. Okay,
thank you. And we're going to tag team on this presentation, different members of the steering committee. Welcome everybody. Thank you for this great presentation. Local food, local places, Allison Hill, Pennsylvania. This is the neighborhood of focus. I'll start at that. Neighborhood of focus that this grant for technical assistance is based on. Could I have the next slide, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Christine, could I have the next slide? Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, delay, I forgot. Okay, South Allison Hill, Harrisburg. Here are just some stats from, the U.S. Census Bureau, most recent stats. It's about 6,000 people in about miles, a square mile, and we'll see a picture of the map of it in a minute. In Dauphin County, it's the largest percentage of Hispanic resident neighborhood in Dauphin County, and I remember when it was just 25%. Now it's 43% Latino Hispanic. And there's the racial composition, predominantly minority, 46% being African American, and over a third Caucasian, 5% Asian, and a mixture of other racial compositions. Median family income, medium size is about 3 people per family, but the income is median income is $31,000, $32,000, and almost a third of all families make less than $15,000, which is, when I saw that, it's pretty daunting. Over half of the families with children are under the poverty level, and nearly half are on SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It does have the highest community health needs index, in South Central PA too. So those are some of the challenges, I would say, of South Allison Hill, the neighborhood, but they're also its strengths, its diversity, its, and we'll talk a little bit about it more, especially with the fourth goal about sort of an ethnic restaurant row. Its diversity, it's its strength. Its residents are its value. So if we could move on to the next slide. So this was using that pinpoint social point tool. This is a map of South Allison Hill. The boundaries are on On the west side, it's basically it's Cameron Street, and on the east side, it's 19th Street. To the north is Market Street, and to the south, it's Paxton Street. Cameron and Market, and you will see I also have red lines, two major corridors, Dairy Street and 17th Street. These are all major corridors in and out of the city into the highway networks. And that makes South Allison Hill a very important place as far both commercially as well as with just visitors and traffic flow. There's a lot of traffic in and out of South Allison Hill in order to get in and out of the city, or even to deliver commercial goods in and out of the city. And you can also see using Social Point, so there's a lot of food system places, and those are predominantly restaurants and bodegas and small corner stores. In fact, the area-wide plan by the EPA was from 17th Street to 13th Street, and on both, and along on Dairy Street, on both those streets, there are two predominant grocery stores, corner grocery stores that serve the neighborhood, with its strengths and with its challenges. Okay, next slide, please. So a little background to how we got here. Well, just a little personal background. I used to work with YWCA, which is centered, which is located there at South Allison Hill, for 17 years, and you know, I lived close by on 20th Street for about 25 years. So South Allison Hill is near and dear to my heart. Its community, its mission, its well-being, and so when I went to the Redevelopment Authority, which is my current position the past 5 years, you know, I just loved it because we were, the Redevelopment Authority was still working very closely in South Allison Hill with other agencies in the community like Tri-County Community Action, which is a big partner here. And we were able to receive an EPA grant for brownfield and neighborhood planning. Now, brownfields are commercial properties that may or may not, but have commercial or industrial pollution in the ground or in air quality and things like that due to its historic use back in the day. And the center part of Allison Hill used to be an industrial park with a lot of factories and steel mill and industrial uses at the turn of last century. And so so we were able to get a grant to look at various commercial properties that may not be used to its full potential, or vacant or blighted, or maybe have the stigma of being a brownfield, even though it itself doesn't have any brownfield issues, just because of its location. And as part of that grant, it was a 2-year grant, starting in 2017 and in 2019. There was a lot of talk about food and food projects as a revitalization concept, including something called a food accelerator, which we'll go into in a little bit. So this was a neighborhood-driven revitalization effort. It built on the many different plans that had been done in South Allison Hill. It built a lot of community input and charrettes. And again, the food accelerator was part of the plan's focus. It was centered on Hamilton Health Center, which is a beautiful and a catalyst example of brownfield redevelopment. It is a major health center. You know, it's a federally qualified health center in South Allison Hill that was built on a former brownfield, the old Allison Automotive. So we were able to get from that the Local Food, Local Places grant, building on the success and the findings of this previous EPA neighborhood area-wide plan. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the Hamilton Health Center right on 17th Street. We've also done some complete street plannings on 17th Street and lots of different other things. So there's a lot of municipal planning going on in South Allison Hill to try and bring a lot of resources and betterment to the residents of that community. Okay, next slide. So, on that same vein, some municipal developments going on. So right to the west of 13th Street is an area that's termed Mulder Square because of the Mulder Bridge and Derry Street area. So it's called Mulder Square. And there's a lot of development that has been and is going on in that area. Harrisburg Housing Authority, Build 51 affordable housing, multifamily units there in that area. There's been traffic and streetscape infrastructure development already happening and continuing to happen. Capital Region Water is doing a lot of green space and stormwater management in that area. A community police substation has been redeveloped there. And on the west side of the border of South Allison Hill on Cameron Street is the Harrisburg the Harrisburg Transportation Center, which is the train station and the Greyhound bus station, around which there's a lot of development and something called transit-oriented development planning, which is to bring a lot of planning and development, housing and commercial development and infrastructure development and resources around the transportation center. I keep saying train station. With that same vein, the city has also zoned all the way up to Cameron Street, the whole transit-oriented development area, has extended its downtown zoning to that area with an intentional effort to try and bring and pull in South Allison Hill to connect it to downtown to benefit the residents of South Allison Hill. So those are some of the municipal developments that are happening and the conceptual developments as well as real hardscape developments that are occurring right now. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Julie to talk about the Heart of the Hill and community planning.
Thank you, George. So the Heart of the Hill plan we're currently in our second phase of that, which is a community-oriented planning process. So our first phase was, I think we ended in about 2017 with really intentional, extensive community engagement of over 700 residents to really figure out what do they care about most in their community, what are their shared community values, and then building plans and projects around those values. And so those are what's listed here: housing and public spaces, sense of community, youth, and safety. And so this current reiteration is really expanding on the plans that were in that first phase, building them out more, getting closer to implementation and action, which we all want. And just related to this planning process, it was also incorporating and prioritizing projects that are in the area-wide brownfield plan and City Beautiful H2O, and kind of seeing what's in the current draft of the city comp plan and how that fits into what the community members want in their neighborhood. And so related to food needs, a focus in the housing and public spaces section is focusing commercial development around food-related development. So restaurants, potentially the food accelerator, community kitchen. We always say, build strength from strength. So one of the strengths of this community is all the local restaurants. There's lots of local retail here. There's lots of people who are cooking out of their homes. So how can we build upon that in the community? And so that has been a focus in the South Allison Hill, Heart of the Hill plan. And then this is just saying it is a Wells Fargo Regional Foundation funded plan. We're really close to finalizing it and being able to share it out to the whole community. We're just waiting for some finalization from our funders. But yeah, this completely ties into what we're doing here. So you can move on. This is me too, George, right?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and Julie and George, let's do about 8 minutes left. Just a quick time check.
Okay, I'll just do a quick overview here. So this is just kind of an overview of what's going on in the neighborhood, what's currently available. So you can move on from this slide. Okay, so we're talking about grocery stores here. So we do have a grocery store in the neighborhood. This is Dairy Family Market. This was fairly recent, maybe in the last 5 years. This has moved into what is called the Big Ugly Warehouse locally. We have issues here as far as food quality. I think Tannen's alluded to that as well. And there's been health code violations and stuff here, and difficulty with keeping fresh produce and meats. Yes, Tannen. It was a really bad health code violation, and Nelva can give more information for anybody who needs more information on that. But as far as this is the biggest food retailer in the neighborhood currently. We can move on. Okay, and so this is just an example of some of the corner stores that we have in the neighborhood. There's probably close to 10 just going down Dairy Street and then interspersed on Market and then throughout the neighborhood. So there is a lot of food stores, and they're heavily used by the neighborhood because there's not a lot of vehicle ownership in the neighborhood. This supermarket in particular is one of the larger ones of the corner stores, and it actually was part of the Healthy Corner Store initiative a few years ago to try to increase healthy foods in the neighborhood. And so just in general with the corner stores, while it's a place that people can, have access to food where they don't have access to a supermarket, we also have issues with affordability as most corner stores and just healthy food access. I know like a lot of the corner stores, they don't have the ability to buy wholesale, so they're buying at, supermarkets and reselling, just increasing pricing. So that's just an issue that we have in the community as far as that goes. You can, okay, these are just some more of the corner stores on Dairy Street.
Do you want me to keep going, Julie?
Yeah, you can. And I'll just say really quick, we have a facade program in the neighborhood. And so we've been trying to get a lot of these bodegas and corner stores involved with that. And just one of the issues that we have, just improvement in general, is that most businesses do not own their properties. And so while they might really want to get involved and improve their storefronts or their buildings, the ownership of the buildings is not local, and the property owners are really unresponsive. So that's just been another kind of challenge that we've had as we're trying to improve and help the business owners in the neighborhood. And just also really quick, because of most people walking to the businesses, when I've talked to some of the store owners during COVID, they said it hasn't really been that bad for them because they're still getting the same foot traffic that they always have. So I guess, that can just be seen as one of the strengths for the businesses, is they have that.
I don't think that it's something that it's like, excuse me, is it okay if I speak? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Cool. I went around, and Niles and I went around in the last couple of days, sending these pamphlets and talking to business owners personally in South Allison Hill, and I just think it's something that maybe we should have engaged with them initially, perhaps from the beginning, because I don't think that's something that they can make time for. And I put myself on pause from the phone call, and I called like 6 of them and like offered to like send emails and stuff. And I just hope that there's some South Allison Hill business owners that have been there long term that can join us for this workshop.
Thanks for adding that. I do want to mention we have, well, a couple things. One, many communities find that they need to have smaller, more focused meetings. You know, we did offer interpretation possibilities for this workshop, but didn't have anyone register for that. Sometimes it might need to be just one-on-one meetings with people with the draft goals and the actions. So there will be time to refine the action plan after the workshop. So this is not the end point. So if you take the draft action plan, for example, to the bodegas or the corner stores, then that would certainly be a possibility. We also have 3 post-workshop calls that are open to anybody. So that's also, we'll share what those dates and times are. So I want to let people know that this is not the only time for engagement. So Arian, great points, really key, really important. The steering committee has worked harder than maybe any other of our steering committees to do outreach. There's always more that can be done. Always more that can be done. So Arian, really great points, and keep asking those good hard questions.
Yeah,
we have just
important to like, while we're presenting this, this thing to like the people that have registered, just to like maybe keep it in a way for like where it actually impacts. Like, I don't know, like there's only one business owner in like South Allison Hill that's able to participate today. And I think that like their input is the most important, and they're just working really hard. And I just hope that this can be available for them to reflect upon and to have their input beyond just this. That's all I ask.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that that will happen is exactly, and this is a great opportunity where local community members, there was something in the chat roll earlier about relationships. It will be local community members who make those bridges and have those connections to loop those ideas in. So Arian, great point. We welcome it, and this won't be the only time for engagement today. So we have just a couple more minutes for the steering committee presentation. I know we have a lot of good stuff. So Julia, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and folks, feel free to keep putting comments in the chat roll too.
I think I will take over talking about our Allison Hill Farmers Market. Do we have any visual aids by chance for this?
Yeah, you'd have to go down a few. So what you're scrolling down here are different urban gardens, and then we'll get to the.
Do you want me to keep scrolling?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you want to mention what they are as we go, or?
Yeah, Growing Strong is an urban garden. I'll just, yeah, go ahead. Shadows Gardens on Market Street, another urban garden in that area. Hold on, I can't read this. Berry Hill Garden. It's just outside the South Allison Hill area, another urban garden. Go ahead. Wild Heart Ministries is Tannen, and he grows some produce there. Keep going. Go ahead. Yeah. Love the Hill is his ministry. I mean, Wild Heart Ministry is his ministry. Love the Hill is his his wonderful emblem. Keep going. Joshua Farm is a huge football-size field right there in the area at South Allison Hill. You know, and Kirsten Reinfert used to start this. You know, and it is a great potential for sourcing urban food. It is not well utilized at this point, but can really, you know, can really maximize. And there's discussions with Tannen, hopefully to get that going and maximize its potential. All right. Yep, there's Joshua Farm. Same, Joshua Farm. And the farmer's market. Go ahead.
Thanks, George. So as Julie noted earlier, the Our first initial Heart of the Hill Community Action Plan was released in 2017 with 700 community members' feedback as an initiative of Tri-County Community Action. And the main goal is to improve local food security, enhance individual health, build entrepreneurship among local farmers and residents while also enriching community life for our Allison Hill community. This was our very first season of the Allison Hill Farmers Market, and what a year to have a very first season, but it was an incredible success, all things considered. Our market ran from June 10th to September 30th. It was every single Wednesday from 3 to 7 at the heart of the community garden located at 1421 Dairy. We had 9 local vendors, including Harrisburg Urban Growers, Culture City, Wild Heart Pure Bean, Love Reforms Cooperative, Mother Nature's Garden, MK Roots Farm, Mary Flora Farm and Homestead, Lydia's Fresh Produce, which was a miner who grew flowers, so that was pretty exciting as well, and Homestead Gardens. We also saw it as a value to have some tabling partners present. Even with COVID restrictions, we were able to do some sort of outreach, including Census, Power to the Hill, which is voter registration, Gateway Health, Aetna Health, and Salvation Army. So with 16 markets, we accepted cash, debit, credit, SNAP, EBT, and FMNP vouchers at selected vendors. Our total SNAP, so our SNAP Market Match Program was created to increase the purchasing power of SNAP eligible users. So we were able to match up to $10 for anyone using their SNAP and EBT benefits each market. So I always tried to market it as like every single month you can get an extra $40 of benefits if you come every single week. Our SNAP sales in total for the whole market season was $767, with our match being able to match up to $453 this season. In terms of FMNP vouchers, our 2 vendors who did accept them made $210 off of those vouchers. So all in all, our vendors made a total of almost $10,000 this very first market season. So we're excited for the next year, as word of mouth, trust, and sort of consistent presence are the best way to reach out in our own neighborhoods, which many of you already know. So we're excited for this next season, but it was a great, great first season. Thank you all for your support. Our steering committee was extremely helpful through this process, and some of our regulars are on this call, so it's good to see you all.
Great, thanks, Veronica. All right.
Okay. So Food Accelerator. Can I have the next slide? Okay. Food Accelerator is a food hub is another word for it. Conglomeration of multiple different activities related to food and food processing and food distribution. It's based on the word business accelerator, like a business incubator. You see a picture of a Coca-Cola building. This was just a suggested, I want to emphasize that. This is a suggested site from the Brownfield area-wide plan of possible remediation of a former brownfield because it has a square footage. It's got a, it's a perfect facade for a food sort of, well, I don't know about healthy food, but a food venture. So that was a suggestion. If you could show the next slide. Yeah, so here's a concept diagram of a food accelerator based on the square footage of that facility, the Coca-Cola building. So you could have a meeting space, a roof garden, a distribution area where we could collect and aggregate, do food aggregation from small farms and local produce. local producers. There's room in the back with open bays for a food truck commissary, you know, a place to service food trucks, place to do a greenhouse. Now, we don't want to displace existing businesses, and currently a print shop is renting space there, so that, you know, they can still operate there. There's a print shop there. On the top floor, it's actually perfectly suited with existing plumbing for a shared commercial kitchen and office, you know, where you could do an incubator kitchen for local mom and pop entrepreneurs who want to try different things out, or even for local restaurants who may not have a certain type of commercial food prep equipment, or and would like to produce a certain type of food. You know, it could be used that way. And in the bottom, there's room for market, retail, and a restaurant, and, you know, possibly doing the farmers market indoors and seasonally year round. Currently, our farmers market is outdoors, you know, and it was a good first year, but it's seasonal, and this, you know, as it grows, could bring it indoors and make it year round. So that's an example of a food accelerator. There are a couple in Philadelphia that different members of the farmers market and the food committee has visited. Julie was part of that visit. And we, you know, the main issue with the food accelerator is we want to make sure it's feasible and self-sustaining, that it's profitable. If it's just a good idea and not profitable in this area, then it will be constantly dependent on, you know, grants and other things, and you know, we want to make sure that it's a sustainable idea. And so doing a feasibility study is the first goal of this process. Okay, I think that comes to the end of the presentation. I think there was a video for it, but we can, oh yeah, the 4 major goals, but you already talked about it, but let me just say a bit about it. Access to and consumption of local healthy food. So that's the food accelerator. I mean, the food aggregation concept, but also promoting the consumption of healthy local foods, you know, making sure that the community sees the value and purchases and desires the healthy local foods that we have. Local growers, many of which are on this meeting, you know, increasing their resources, increasing their opportunities, increasing the land that they can and also other farms around the areas. The Food Accelerator, we mentioned what it can do. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit. Promoting South Allison Hill as an ethnic restaurant road. That is our strength. That's the strength of the community. It's ethnicity. And the restaurants that are already there, and just making sure the existing groceries and the existing restaurants are not, you know, displaced, but instead are built and resourced by these things. And so that South Allison Hill, because of its different issues, unfortunately has a bad image. But, you know, if people can start thinking of South Allison Hill as, oh, that's, you know, that's ethnic restaurant road, because downtown Harrisburg, it's called Restaurant Road too. But if this could be known for its being a restaurant road for its diverse ethnicity, that image will hopefully displace and be the first thing on people's mind when they think of South Allison Hill, rather than, oh, you know, that place needs help or crime and this and that and the other. Okay, thanks. That's my presentation.
Thanks, George. I appreciate it. And thanks the whole steering committee. Was somebody else speaking up? All right. So First, I want to, again, say thank you, steering committee. Really helpful to make sure everybody has just a sense of what some of the different local food opportunities are. I do want to, for folks who maybe didn't hear this earlier, emphasize that our session 2, 3, and 4 will be entirely deep dive on the goals. So we'll have a chance for discussion as a large group, and then small groups on the goals. So this is just an introduction, and we're gonna have a lot of time for discussion. So I really wanna make sure everybody knows that. So thanks again, George. So I do want to invite people who have just joined to share your name and affiliation. So I think we've had a few new people who have joined. Let's see, Doug? Or just we can open up to anybody who's just joined. Feel free to share your name and affiliation.
Yes, thank you. This is Doug Brown. I'm the Deputy Director of Community and Economic Development for Dauphin County.
Great, welcome. Who else has joined?
Greetings, everybody. I'm sorry. Greetings, everybody. This is Rafika Muhammad, and I was listening to your presentation. And George, I remember when you had the first, back in 2017 at the Hamilton Health Center, when we was talking about the brownfields and all, and I mentioned then about growing healthy food, etc. But I do want to ask how, and this is just a question I'm throwing out to the group, and particularly, I don't know if Tri-County fits into this or what, because I'm looking at this on a county level, but why does everything stop at Paxton Street? We forget about a whole community that's across there, which encompasses our public housing. And I just don't understand. When I see the plans, everything stops at Paxton Street, and I don't understand why we forget a whole community over there, and it's South Allison Hill as well. See, I don't know who's on this call that's born and raised from here. I am, and all this division and breakup that I see in my city, it leaves a very, very nasty taste in my mouth. I don't know nothing about South Allison Hill. That must came from back when the Civil War was happening, whatever its original names. We called it the Hill. We didn't have all these breakups. I remember when each segment of this city was self-sufficient. So I'm just asking that question as we're doing our planning, doing things of this nature. We forget a whole segment of community, and everything stops at Paxton Street. Now, I was just asking that question.
Hi,
Rafika,
can I? So hang on 1 second, folks. Just hang on 1 second. So Rafika, first, I want to say thank you. It sounds like, you know, the line at Paxton Street is a concern. How to connect across streets, how to think of the city as a whole, and how to look at opportunities across city streets is really key. So at first, I want to say thank you for bringing that up. George was going to share something, and then I want to open up to others, as well as folks who haven't introduced themselves yet. So George, a brief reply, and then we'll have other intros as well.
Rafika, thank you so much. That's a great question. I am a resident of Allison Hill for Harrisburg for 25 years myself, and the only reason it stops at Paxton Street, and it is because of the census tract. This grant, it was a grant that is neighborhood focused, and you have to pick a neighborhood that had a boundary, just for the grant, not for the concept, not for its effects, or and the boundary of South Allison Hill, the census tract boundary, is Market, Dairy, Cameron, 19th, and Paxton. So that's the only reason that you know. Other than that, it's not, you know, it's got nothing to do with, we want this to be able to, you know, to center in South Allison Hill, but to benefit everybody.
To get the EPA and USDA grants, we had to, like, you know.
Yeah, we had to, the EPA USDA grant made it clear this has to be a specific neighborhood focus, and we had to use a geographic boundary, which the census tract, you know, was that boundary, because that's what the U.S. Census created as a boundary, and that's the only reason.
And that's nothing any community member in Harrisburg had anything to do with, and we apologize if that boundary seems created.
With that being said, we know that census tracts are arbitrary boundaries, often just like city and county lines are arbitrary boundaries, and county and other county lines. So one of the main outcomes that you might determine is that working across Paxton Street is the key thing that needs to happen coming out of this workshop. So, you know, the action plan doesn't have to be bounded by a neighborhood moving forward. So I want to continue to, you know, welcome those conversations. Who else has just joined the call who's not introduced themselves yet?
Hi, my name is Lynn Kirschenbaum, and I'm from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Philadelphia Regional Office. And I spent 9 years living in Harrisburg, so I'm kind of excited to see some of the things that have changed and some of the things that can be.
Great, thanks, Lynn. Has anybody else not introduced themselves yet?
This is Brian Moyer. I did in the chat, but I'm with Penn State Extension with a focus on my work on farmers market, direct-to-consumer sales, and food hubs.
Great, thanks, Brian. Anybody else? All right, so we have lots of good conversation happening in the chat roll and discussion. So a lot of good stuff to roll forward. We also need to take a quick stretch break. We have, this session ends at 4 o'clock. We have a 2-hour break before we come back and dive into discussion around each of the 4 goals as a large group. So I'm going to tee up our, we're just going to have about a 1-minute stretch break to go grab some more water or take care of your needs, and then we're going to come back. When we come back, we're going to just kick off with a quick introduction to values in the chat roll. And what we're going to invite you to do, so the heart of the community, and this has come through many times in talking with the steering committee, invite you in the chat roll to share, and you're welcome to go ahead and do that now if you'd like to. Using the chat function, we're going to invite you to complete the sentence. This I believe local food, and invite everybody just to share one statement that you believe about local food. Then we have another one. We'll do 2 case studies that help highlight some of what we've heard. We'll have time to hear from our federal partners and some social pinpoint mapping. So with that being said, just about a minute or 2, we're going to come back and keep rolling. So feel free to turn your screen off if you want to come back, but just a quick stretch break and we'll come back in just a second. So thanks everybody. And feel free to just stay on too if you're. Invite you to put your ideas in the chat roll about this I believe about local food. Can build local economies, should be available in every neighborhood, is needed to sustain longevity and access, has the power to support physical, mental health in our community. I believe local food is the key to sustainability, can benefit local health and economy. Great. Feel free to keep adding your ideas to the chat roll if you haven't yet. Hope you're staying hydrated. You have snacks. Longest session of all 4. All right, we'll give it just another minute for more ideas, keeping it micro local, teaching one how to be self-sustaining. I had to mute myself earlier because our little bantam rooster outside is very loud. So apologies if anybody heard our very loud rooster outside earlier. All right, any more this I believe statements in the chat roll? All right, so we're going to go on to this I believe about my community. Sometimes communities just don't have a chance to share what their beliefs are about local food. So feel free to continue on about local food. So we invite you to complete this sentence. I believe my community is key to sovereign societies and equitable economies. The foundation needed to knit local community together. Feel free to keep adding more ideas to the chat roll. So many strengths in sustaining resources, great. We'll leave it open just for another minute or 2. All right, any other ideas? This I believe my community, South Allison Hill, Harrisburg. Making sure all parties have input. Strong multicultural hub, great. Does not know its own strength, power to the people, awesome. All right, thanks everybody. This I believe statements have reflected a lot of what we've heard so far, both in some of the initial chat conversation and questions and ideas people have shared. So feel free to keep those ideas coming. Has people with many gifts to share. So thanks for that. So we're going to transition now to just a couple brief case studies. And this is going to be in response to some of the goals that were shared so far. And we're going to be sharing a lot more resources again in the action plan, more case studies, how other communities have done things. So this is just kind of a quick look. In local foods, local places. There are a lot of communities have done a lot of different things, including communities, from Alaska to West Virginia, Connecticut to Louisiana, and these communities have focused on a number of different things, from repurposing a vacant high school to doing a downtown streetscape overhaul in Pikeville, Tennessee, to the Nez Perce tribe healing the land, to in Maine revitalizing a post-industrial mill town through historic building preservation and art. Every community's pathway to growing the local food economy looks different, and it's really based on who the community members are and what the opportunities are. The first case study we're going to look at is a couple ideas around food accelerators. First, from the social aspect, really some resources for each of you to consider, and we'll have a deep dive around that in our later sessions. And then Jessica's going to share more around health and the way different communities have looked at fresh pharmacy options. So the first slide, this is a lot of text. The rest of these slides do not have as much text as this one does. The first two resources are ones that the steering committee has considered in looking at the food accelerator idea. So the term food hub and food accelerator sometimes are used synonymously, sometimes they're not. When you think of a food hub, just think of a place, sometimes a district, where different things related to local foods happens together. So it could be a place where distribution and retail and marketing is put together in one place. Sometimes it's an outgrowth of a farmer's market. Sometimes food accelerators or business accelerators have more of a social component, such as the ones on this slide. So I just wanted to draw your attention. So the Enterprise Center and Artisan Exchange are two examples that were stemmed out of the area-wide plan. The Fair Food Network and the Social Innovator Accelerator, whew, those are mouthfuls, really focus on how to help local businesses move forward with growing their local food businesses. So there are links here. Again, as we mentioned earlier, we'll share all the slides and all the recordings with participants. So this is just a way that the more social element of accelerators takes shape and form, where it's more support for innovation, finding access to capital, finding access to business plan development. Sometimes it might be connecting a retailer with a distributor. So food accelerators take a lot of different shapes and forms. We're going to look at the Urban Food Hub at the University of DC, and one specific Urban Food Hub that's an example of a partnership with an academic institution. This particular, there are 4 different food hubs in DC, and this is from the University of the District of Columbia's causes. The College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability, and Environmental Sciences. And the specific food hub we're going to look at for a few minutes is the Van Ness Food Hub. So of DC households as a whole, 13% report being food insecure or don't have the ability to meet their food needs. 19% experience food hardship, and 37% of households have children who are not able to get enough food to eat from the census. For this particular Urban Food Hub example, the partners include USDA Agricultural Marketing Service. You'll hear more about them in a little bit. The DC Departments of Energy and Environment, Health and Human Services, Public Works, and others. Funding comes from different departments of the District of Columbia, the Anacostia Economic Development Corporation, University Capital Funds, and corporations. However, they're working to make the food hubs as self-sustaining as possible over time, so that continued capital is not a needed input. You will see on this map images of grocery stores and where the 4 food hubs are located. So the Van Ness campus is in the upper left-hand corner here. It's really interesting the number of things that have been co-located in the Urban Food Hub. It's designed around 4 different elements, which we'll look at in a moment, but the goals are to create access to fresh food, create jobs, improve public health, and mitigate water management problems. And lastly, to create urban resilience. So there are a lot of hydroponic facilities, which is what you're seeing in this image. Their model for urban food hubs are very ambitious for what a food hub can actually encompass. Their growing is all done through biointensive growing. So they're growing close together. They're growing the health of the soil as much as possible. Raised beds, aquaponics, hydroponics, green roofs, green wall, hoop houses, meaning growing inside a plastic miniature high tunnel, indoor farms, and others. So that's under the food production side. Under food preparation, they have value-added processing, preservation, canning, cooking classes, classes on how to teach preservation. In terms of the distribution end, they have farmers markets, community-supported agriculture auctions or CSAs, food trucks, restaurants, and supporting corner stores. And around waste and recovery systems, they're looking at composting, biodigesters, using ways to have plants and fish and different systems working together so that plants can uptake the nutrients that fish put off, that aquaculture is used as a way for residents to be able to harvest the fish to eat. So there's a lot of looping of systems happening in these food hubs, rain gardens and water reuse. So very, very innovative thinking happening at the urban food hubs. At this Van Ness Food Hub, you can see highlighted in green what they're focusing on. So green roof, hydroponics, and aquaponics, a commercial kitchen, as well as a teaching kitchen. So the academic connection is important, but serving residents is just as important as students. So it's a community connection is one of their strong connecting points. I also see they have a farmer's market, CSA, and focus on rainwater harvest and runoff use. Here's an example of one of their spaces for their kitchen facilities, and they have cooking classes and demos, and then offer certifications for folks around food handling, food safety, and food preservation, including canning and pickling. So it's pretty interesting to see the variety of ways that the food hubs, are responding to the needs locally and the opportunities locally. And lastly, here's a picture of their mobile food truck. They have a mobile food truck that serves a number of the food hubs, and this is at one of the East Capitol Urban Farm. So residents can lease kitchen space to cater or do food processing for businesses. So there are a number of ways, again, that residents can engage with the food hubs. And each food hub is designed to address the challenges and health opportunities in that ward in DC. So a lot of different connections, and it's just one of several examples of accelerators. And as we get into the goal and discussion, you'll hear more about how different ideas can be looped together. So there's some really great YouTube videos about these urban food hubs that we'll share on the resources. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica for our next case study.
Great, thanks, Christine. So I'm going to share the story of Passaic, New Jersey's Healthy Corner Store Initiative. And Julie mentioned earlier there was a Healthy Corner Store Initiative with the Y&F supermarket. So some of you may be familiar with the concept of a Healthy Corner Store Initiative. Here's a story of success that you might find inspirational of a community that tried something that really worked. But with many of these case stories, the community tried things that didn't work and then had to find what worked for them. So I'm going to talk about what worked for Passaic. Similar to Harrisburg and South Allison Hill, neighborhoods in Passaic didn't have nearby grocery stores, and residents, especially those who didn't own cars, relied on the local bodegas and corner stores for food, and options at these bodegas were limited to non-perishable items and prepared food like pizza and sub sandwiches, not fresh produce. Well, in 2016, Smile for Charity, which is a nonprofit organization in Passaic, received a grant from the New Jersey Healthy Communities Network and used it to implement a Healthy Corner Store Initiative program in 6 corner stores. Smile, this nonprofit, along with Rutgers University Cooperative Extension and the New Jersey SNAP Education Program, used these funds first to offer small business training to corner store owners, providing information about pricing and the benefits of using local distributors instead of third-party sellers, as well as the nutritional health benefits for the entire community. They worked with the store owners to prepare individualized plans for each store that included changes to make their inventory to offer healthy options that appealed to the store's customer base, and changes to the store layout to make healthy food offerings more prominent. They also gave blenders to the stores and recipes for smoothies, and these smoothies became a value-added product that would increase store profits and reduce spoilage of fresh produce, in addition to being a healthy offering for customers. The store owners then became peer educators for their customers, and they came up with their own ideas, like introducing cups of fresh fruits and veggies with chili powder and lemon, which is a common snack in Mexico. And it was successful. The stores quickly started selling out of these snacks cups, And students stopped by after school and replaced their normal snack of chips with this healthier alternative. And this resulted in other business benefits too. The corner store owners started talking to one another about their businesses and started supporting each other in different ways. They created a bulk buying club so larger distributors could make one delivery for all of the stores in the area. These larger distributors would not have otherwise made deliveries for each individual store. So that's Passaic, New Jersey. And you can go to the next slide. Another good example of bringing fresh, local nutritional food into existing non-grocery, smaller scale outlets is the pharmacy in Keysville, New York. And this was the result of a nonprofit and a downtown pharmacy to bring fresh fruits, vegetables, dairy, and even local meats at an affordable price to a downtown pharmacy that a lot of the neighborhood residents already frequented. Now, Keysville is a small community in rural New York, and its downtown grocery store went out of business. But on the outskirts of Keysville, there is a budding agricultural community, including several farms and orchards that produce organic fruits and vegetables, dairy, and livestock, all within 5 miles of downtown. So there was this clear disconnect between the growing and production of these high-quality nutritional foods and getting these foods into a retail outlet downtown. Keysville's downtown district was having some difficulty in keeping storefronts open, but the Keysville Pharmacy with a PH was a thriving business that had more stability than most other downtown businesses because people needed their medications. And in addition to the pharmacy for prescribed medications, the Keysville Pharmacy also had over-the-counter meds, greeting cards, gifts, and until 2017, a Radio Shack outlet. Well, Radio Shack went out of business nationwide, leaving about 300 square feet of empty retail space in the pharmacy. And a local nonprofit saw the opportunity here and approached the pharmacy store owner, who agreed to donate the retail space and staff time, essentially eliminating the overhead costs of opening a new store. The nonprofit reached out to the area's farmers, who agreed to sell their products on consignment. They created a campaign to raise funds for coolers and freezers, and they received $4,000 from 30 individuals over just a few days. And the pharmacy applied to receive an EBT card reader, and it accepts SNAP and WIC benefits. And while some of the food products cost a little more than a typical grocery store, they offer incentives and coupons to help offset the cost of fresh local food whenever possible. So those are little snippets of some success stories, and you can find out more about the Keysville Pharmacy and the Passaic Healthy Corner Store Initiative in the speaker notes of the slide handouts that we'll make available at the end of the workshop.
Great, thanks Jessica, appreciate that. So we have a couple minutes for questions or other great case studies you might know of. If there's been a particular inspiration point around one of the goals, we welcome. Feel free to put it in the chat roll. Any questions about those case studies or reflection points from folks? All right, so just a few of the many case studies that take place around the globe, really. So again, we'll be sharing more of them. And sometimes the case studies are more helpful after we have a chance to talk about the goals and actions as well, which is part of what you'll find in the action plan around the resources. So keep an eye out for that. So, all right, so here we are, it's 3:30. Again, one of the tremendous resources, as we mentioned earlier, in the Local Foods, Local Places is the federal and state partners that are at the table. And the federal and state partners know about a number of different programs and opportunities. So we're going to have a little time to hear about who's in the room, what their role is in the local food system and community development. We have about 15 minutes total for this. And Jennifer, I'll turn it over to you first. I just put this slide back in here in case it was helpful to talk about it. And Carla, I know you'll be sharing about USDA's programs as well. So Jennifer, I'll turn it over to you first, and then maybe Carla after that.
Sure. So we just wanted to take a few minutes right now to have the federal partners who are on the call with us today to share with you their programs and resources that may be available to Harrisburg in the future, that will help them, that will help you implement the specific actions that come out of this workshop. So when you're looking at the action plan, there might be something you hear today that you be able to take advantage of in the future. And so, this is meant to really give you a high level snapshot overview of these programs and resources. We'll be providing a lot more information in the action plan itself as an appendix to the federal, funding programs and resources that are available. But it's really an opportunity for the federal partners who are here with us today to kind of share, about their programs and resources, essentially. So I think, why don't we start with Carla, if that's okay with you, to kick us off.
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I don't know if anyone else was going to address that chart that's been shown, but that's basically a USDA chart that was pulled together the last few years. It's a little hard to see on my computer screen, but basically it's color-coded by programs and the type of where your status, where you are in the actual food chain, what type of program you can get help. So that's something you can study later. There are assorted resources like that, but I just want to address that since that was up on the screen. So I'm Carla Whalen, and I help to administer the work, staff, and stakeholder needs for 3 divisions of the Transportation and Marketing Program. And I do apologize for my brief exit earlier. I had a medical appointment with my son I had to be on. But this is actually my first opportunity, partly because of COVID and the fact that we've gone virtual. I'm actually able to participate, so this is great to hear. Our group has supported the EPA effort in this area for many, many years. So it's just really great to see it hands-on today. Our 3 divisions, I want to mention 2 of particular note to your efforts. The Marketing Services Division, there's 3 staff members on the line today with you, and they are most focused on supporting the local food, local places effort, both financially and staff time, know-how, expertise, technical assistance. And I also want to highlight the grant program, that color-coded chart there. Some of those programs will have grants. Our program itself, the AMS grant division, has 10 different grant programs to the tune of about $140 million annually. That does fluctuate a little bit every year with Congress. But of particular note, there's a farmers market promotion program, local foods promotion program, and we've just started a regional food systems partnership program this year. So that's just kind of a quick tickler. I don't want to take up too much time, but there is a lot to learn in this area as you kind of decide where you want to go and what resources might be able to assist you. I also want to give a couple ideas about the Agricultural Marketing Service, which is our agency, our umbrella agency. Probably many of you know its work, but you don't necessarily know where it comes from. So the Agricultural Marketing Service, part of USDA, administers programs that create domestic and international marketing opportunities for U.S. producers of food, fiber, and specialty crops. AMS also provides the agricultural industry with valuable services to ensure the quality and availability of wholesome food for consumers locally, across the country, and around the world. So what does this statement mean to the normal U.S. food producer or consumer? I try to bring it back down to things that you may have heard of in your own grocery stores and the press and different things that you've heard about. So AMS is the regulatory body which handles the National Organic Certification Program, the assorted inspection grades for eggs and beef. You may have heard about non-GMO or bioengineered labeling program that was recently done. That is also under the umbrella of AMS. We also were the program that was recently given the responsibility to administer the new authority in the marketing of hemp. We also inspect produce, so fruits and vegetables. We are the inspection agency for that, as well as grains, and assist in the marketing, promotion and marketing of all of these types of products, both nationally and internationally. We also grade products, so if you think about grade A eggs, USDA graded beef. We do the same thing for dairy and cotton products, both again for the domestic program and also for specifications for export buyers. So to close this out, I just want to point your mind to noticing the various types of things in your grocery store. That does come from AMS. We don't only focus on local. The group that you have on the line today is really, really focused on the local effort. But we also work on marketing standards, international relations, and export certifications to help as businesses ramp up. So I want to thank you again for these few moments of introduction. I hope you have a wonderful section. I'm going to be online to listen, learn, and hear what you've got going on and what you hope to do. And I just had one comment, just want to throw out there just from what I'm seeing online and the comments so far. I did notice in the review of the materials beforehand that there wasn't a lot of intercultural or bilingual people taking part. So I just want to throw out an idea. I know in my community, the teens are having, extra time on their hands. It might be that you can find some bilingual teens with entrepreneurial spirit. Sports aren't necessarily going normally. They may be able to give you guys some assistance in that area. So I just want to, throw that little plug out there for untapped resources that might be in your community that's already a strength. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Carla. Yeah, that's a lot of information and a good idea there at the end to definitely tap into some resources that may be available in the community. So I think we'll go, we've got a couple other folks on the line who are going to share some information. Cara from HRSA has prepared some information for all of you. We'll share the slides, I think, in the chat box. Could you do that, Christine? And so Cara, do you want to take it away?
Sure, thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's great to be here. I do have some resources just over quickly, but I am with HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration. We're an agency of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and we're the primary federal agency for improving healthcare to people who are geographically isolated, economically, or medically vulnerable. So HRSA's mission is to improve health outcomes and address health disparities through access to quality services, a skilled health workforce, and innovative high-value programs. We support more than 90 programs through grants and cooperative agreements to more than 3,000 awardees across the country with a budget of over $11 billion. And while the majority of our funding is equity and health, and we encourage this by leveraging community partnerships and stakeholder collaboration, and by disease prevention across populations, providers, and communities. So I'm here today from our Office of Regional Operations based in Philadelphia. We cover Pennsylvania, and we are providing on-the-ground outreach to increase the reach, impact, and awareness of HRSA programs. And you can actually reach HRSA by giving us a call. We are available. And HRSA does recognize that access to nutrition prevents disease and promotes wellness. So many of our programs do allow awardees to incorporate education about and access to nutritious food as part of their programming. So I do have a quick slide in that deck. Slide 4 highlights just some examples of work that supports nutrition information and access to food, whether that's for families and children through our maternal and child health programs, whether it's to people living with HIV/AIDS as part of our Ryan White HIV/AIDS program, through our community health center program, and also we have rural health resources and models for access to rural health, and that could include partnerships with urban areas. I want to give a special local shout out to Hamilton Health Center. Hamilton Health Center is a HRSA-funded health center. I know you're here today, and they've been a huge part of the redevelopment in your area, and been partnering with you all to improve access to healthcare for the residents of Allison Hill. So just one example of our great health center program and how health centers are so integral and vital to the communities that they are part of these community redevelopment efforts. So we're glad to support you in that. In my slide deck, I also have a quick link. We have a grants page where you can learn just about how to apply for funding and search for HRSA grants. There is also a link to our Find Funding page, which actually has all of our open grants with points of contact, technical assistance, webinars, and then a link to grants.gov, which is where you will go for any federal grant application. My contact information is in there. Please feel free to reach out to me when you want to know more about HRSA programs and initiatives. if you're looking for technical assistance, you're looking for resources, you want new partners, we're really here for external affairs and to linkages to different programs. And in addition to connecting directly with me, you can follow HRSA at HRSA.gov at most social media platforms. You can also visit our website at HRSA.gov for more information. And there is a link on that site to sign up for our HRSA e-news, which has a ton of resources, upcoming funding, big award announcements, things like that. So we encourage everyone to do that. Thank you for the opportunity. I also don't often get to participate or have never participated in the workshops, despite the fact that I have been a federal partner with EPA for a few years. So thanks so much, everyone, and good luck. You're off to a great start.
Great, thank you. So for folks who didn't realize, I did share in the chat box Kara's slides, so you should be able to click on that link and open those. But we'll also share them after today. I think we have two more folks, two more federal partners on the line. Solomon Wheeler from the Small Businesses Administration to say a few words. So Solomon, do you want to chime in quickly?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Certainly, I appreciate the invitation to be here. So I am the Harrisburg branch manager. I typically sit in Harrisburg. I'm in Philly today, but my mission, based on what the agency is focused around, is really helping Americans start and grow businesses. So just as a reminder, and you may have heard this before, the Small Business Administration is really focused on three areas. We call it 3 C's. They're providing funding to what we're calling counseling organizations, the biggest of which is the Small Business Development Center Network. There are 16 in the state of Pennsylvania, over 950 nationally. But that's where a lot of the expertise is in terms of helping small business owners, food producers, etc., put together business plans. I should mention that Martin Brill, one of the consultants, brilliant consultants with the Kutztown SBDC, is really focused on building their center of excellence that focuses on agriculture and everything food. The Penn State Extension, I think that we may have someone on there. We also work with Penn State SBDC certainly to deliver technical support to small businesses that are either in production or processing or aggregation or distribution. We also fund SCORE, which is a national volunteer organization. They're available. Susquehanna SCORE is very active. And then the Women's Business Centers. There are 3 in the state of Pennsylvania. In terms of the second C, which is capital, we're basically doing traditional bank loans to small businesses. We're executing that through hundreds of banks in Pennsylvania and thousands across the country. I will say that SBA loans are very flexible. The flagship loan program is the 7A program, and proceeds can be used for any type of purchase of land and buildings related to farming, seed acquisition, acquisition of animals. So there's a lot of flexibility in the 7A program, and that's where many entrepreneurs look to in terms of financing their food entrepreneurial endeavors. We always have a close relationship with USDA and refer to them quite a bit. The third C is contracting. There are contracting opportunities with the SBA, and what I did was send out a link to the SBA Eastern Pennsylvania Resource Guide. The link didn't highlight, but it is there. Hopefully everyone can see that. It lists all the resources that are currently available. And so I would just say that, certainly I would encourage everyone just to familiarize themselves with what resources are available. I'm always available to help try to connect anyone, to support in terms of funding. The one other thing I was going to mention is that I have some familiarity with some of the work that was done with food deserts in Philadelphia. I actually normally live in Philadelphia. This kind of situation occurred in North Philadelphia and, in fact, West Philadelphia. And there were individuals from Fresh Grocer and, in fact, ShopRite that got involved. I would encourage, if you're open to it, if I can make the connection, I certainly will try to do that to get some folks from ShopRite to talk to, anyone that's open to it. George, if you're open to it, I think it makes sense because they do have a strategic plan around addressing these types of issues. So hopefully that's clear. I don't think I have anything else, and thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you. Definitely lots of resources there from the SBA. I think two more folks, Lynn Kirschenbaum from HUD was going to say a few words, and then Ron Batchelor from USDA. So.
Hi, everybody. Boy, I haven't heard about Hamilton Health Center in a long time. I used to live 2 blocks away, and I think it's gotten even better. I'm going to mention, I work in the HUD regional office, so we have a few states, but mostly concentrate on central and eastern Pennsylvania in our office.
Lynn,
I'm going to mention
Lynn, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to give a quick time check. We have 10 minutes total, so just about 3 more minutes for partner sharing. Back to you, Lynn. Sorry about that. Is Lynn frozen for others?
I think she's frozen, yeah. Ron, do you want to jump in quickly?
Sure. So Carla mentioned AMS grant programs. So Sasha and I are the 2 architects for AMS who provide no-cost architectural design services for communities and individuals across the U.S. For food facilities. It is a no-cost service. It is just a design service. We do not get into mechanical, electrical, plumbing. If you need architectural services beyond design, we can provide any local architect with the work that we have done for any of our stakeholders, and they could take it forward to construction documents. And I have shared a 1-page technical assistance request form in the chat. And this is the form that you fill out. You could just email it to Sasha or I. And it is a first come, first serve service. So there is no grant associated with it. There's no funding associated with it. It is strictly a technical assistance program. So it is first come, first serve. Currently, we are into December for any new projects that we have requests for. So I would say if you want to have any of our technical assistance as far as architectural design, please get that form in as soon as you can, and we will get you on our list.
Great, thank you. So I don't know if Lynn rejoined or not, but since we're running out of time, why don't we wrap it up here? Again, just thanks to all the federal partners who are on today for joining us and for sharing that information on your programs. So I'll turn it back to you, Christine.
Great, thanks Jennifer, thanks to all the federal partners. Are there any other federal or state partners that just want to share their name or affiliation who didn't get a chance to? Jennifer did a great job facilitating that, but just last call. Alrighty, so many good resources and so many good programs. We will absolutely make sure this is part of both the action plan as well as the resources that we share by email with all of you. So it will be in the chat roll, make a link available to the chat roll from today in our session 2, as well as materials going forward. So thanks so much to all of you. So just a few minutes left before break. Jessica is just going to simply introduce Social Pinpoint, let you know what it is, and you're welcome to use it during the break, and we'll come back with session 2 with it a little bit more, and then we'll wrap up with our next steps. So Jessica, over to you to just mention what Social Pinpoint is.
Sure. Can I go ahead and share my screen? Is that okay? I'll do it quickly, I promise. Okay, so our next session is going to focus on starting to come up with actions. This workshop is focused on those 4 goals that Christine presented and George explained. And we're going to be, in our next session, starting to brainstorm actions to work towards each of those 4 goals. Now, to get you thinking, to get the wheels turning, we have an interactive mapping exercise that you're welcome to take a look at and add to during the break. I'm just going to demo how you use it. I've dropped in the chat. Oh no, I sent that to Christine only. There you go. There it goes to everybody. A link, and when you click on that link, it will take you out of the Zoom window and into a new browser. If you'd like to just watch me demo it, you can just stay here in Zoom for a moment. But this is an interactive map that shows different things about the Harrisburg community, specifically in Allison Hill. And the purpose is really to get you thinking about assets and opportunities for providing fresh and local foods, for working towards the concept of a food accelerator, for any of the goals that we've talked about, and really anything related to local foods and local placemaking. So this is a map where you can drop different markers. There are 6 different marker types here across the top. Favorite things and places, things that need fixing, opportunities, and then 3 markers related to the local food system. It might be a local community garden, that might be a place of supply, or the local aquaponics facility. We have a marker type for access. So where might you access foods? We have several of those already identified, and if you know of any more, feel free to drop in more. And then we also have a marker related to knowledge of the food system, and that could be anything that offers nutrition programs or cooking classes, anything that sort of helps with knowledge or education about local foods and how to prepare, how to grow them. So the idea is this: you would take let's say Vernon Street Playground is one of my favorite things. So you would click on the favorite things and drop that marker onto a place. And it's going to ask you to leave a comment. So I might say something like, Vernon Street Playground is where my kids love to play. And it will ask you to leave your email, to leave your first and last name, and if you'd like, organization. And if you're really feeling ambitious, you can attach a photo. And you'd add a comment. So you can take a look at some of the markers that our steering committee has already identified, things like Vanessa's convenience store, and you can like or dislike, or you could also add a comment to something someone else has added. So there are a lot of different markers already identified here. So in the break between now and 6 o'clock, I'd welcome you to explore the map, see what other folks have identified in terms of assets and challenges. If you'd like a more description about what these marker types are, you can click on the welcome icon on the left-hand side of the screen. So take a look. We should have some time at the beginning of this next session to go over this, but hopefully this can get you thinking of some opportunities, some challenges, so that when we go into brainstorming potential actions for the goals, we have this in mind.
Great. Thanks so much, Jessica. So that's just a starting point. And Jessica, if you stop sharing your screen, I'll pull up our very last slide. Really want to thank Wild Heart Ministries as well. Tannen, I believe someone with Wild Heart helped populate a lot of points there. So that's really helpful. And it is something that, you see my screen again okay? Yay, great. It's something that all of you can continue to add points to. For some people, adding points on a map is just not what you would like to do. So when we come back to session 2, because the computer just might not work for you in that way. So you're welcome to tell us points to add to the map when we come back to session 2 as well. So just want folks to know that that's a possibility. So here we are at the end of session 1. So we're going to have a 2-hour break. You are welcome to add images and points to the map in that break. We're going to come back, and so this was the most information out sharing session. The rest of the sessions are all you as a community sharing information and ideas, potential actions on how to realize the goals. So this marks a transition point between the context and the framing. So if somebody who wasn't at session 1, you know, you really feel like they need to be in session 2, you can still share the contact information or the call-in information with them. Again, there will be 3 calls after the workshop, and you know, there could be focus groups or smaller groups that take place after the workshop as well. So I want to let people know that too. It's going to be the same link to join when we come back for session 2, which begins at 6 o'clock. So you can just come back to the same place. You're welcome to hang out on this line. If you just want to stay on and chat with folks, you're welcome to. You can also turn your screen, you know, your video off, mute yourself. We will again be coming back at 6 o'clock. If you have any questions or concerns or want to chat with us one-on-one, we're going to stay on for a little bit too if anybody has anything you want to touch base about. Anything else before we take our next break? Any questions from anybody before we take a break? So tremendous work, everybody. Go ahead.
I have a question before we take a break. I just,
please,
you know, y'all can think about this a little bit. I'm very interesting. Thank you all for all the work and things that you've done. I do have a ton of questions, so I'm not going to do it all right now. But one thing that I noticed and that I didn't notice is how many people of color have been involved in this. Like, how many Black presenters do we have to present? How many Black people and Latino people are we actually seeing doing some of this work? That's just a concern of mine. I didn't see any of that on these presentations. I also wanted to know, when we talked about the USDA grants, do we have to pay them back if we get them? That's usually why a lot of the organizations normally don't apply or are a little bit of resistance to apply. So I was just asking those questions as well. And lastly, before we come back to the next section, I do understand about the census tract, and this is just my opinion. I would encourage this group as we move forward to include Cross Paxton Street, because politically that does not look good at all. I'm just sharing. It doesn't look good. It seems like we hear this consistently. And some of your dialogue that you're doing, your marketing that you're doing, even though you are focusing on a census tract, a lot of those people come right across Paxton Street and shop at the areas that we're talking about. We need to be inclusive as we're moving forward about growing food. Lastly, people don't know food in its original natural state, meaning when it goes into the ground as a seed, when it comes back out. These are things I'm experiencing now. So again, I don't really hear a solid educational component. And when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about that food hub. It should be totally off the grid if we're talking about sustainability. So I know it was a lot in a short period of time.
Cool. No, Rafika, I hope you're coming back for the next session, because I don't know if I have it, but I don't know about all of it. So great. I have off the grid. So many great points about equity, justice, people of color presenting, the Latino, Latinx community. Where are they? Are they here? Is it inclusive? Going across Paxton Street, growing food in its natural state. So I do hope you're coming back, Rafika, for the next session. I do want to let people go who need to go get their kids from school or take a break, wherever you may be. We are going to reconvene at 6 o'clock. If folks want to stay on and continue the conversation now, we're going to stay on. So feel free to continue joining. Thank you, everybody, for a great session 1, and we'll see you for session 2 at 6 o'clock. Hi again, everybody. This is Christine Govey with Dialogue and Design Associates, based in Central Virginia. And we are getting ready to roll with session 2 of Local Foods, Local Places Harrisburg. We're going to do some recap for folks of your first session. Again, welcome. We'll do introductions for folks who are just joining for the first time, and couple guidelines, if you will, and opportunities for our virtual workspace. We invite you to type your full name into the participant list when you join, or we can rename for you if it's helpful. If you're able to be in a place where you can connect with video and screen share, we invite you to do so. It's nice to have those face-to-face connections. Totally understand if you're not in a place to do that as well. So whatever is comfortable for you, feel free to do. If you're not speaking, we invite you to mute yourself for background noise, can be helpful. And then to be mindful of your video. If your connection's spotty, if you do turn off your video, then it frees up bandwidth. Of course, what we miss in that case is being able to actually see your faces. So it is really lovely to put faces with names. So we do invite you to leave your videos on if you're able. And we know some federal and state partners do have their cameras disabled. So totally fine if you're not able to share your screen as well. As we mentioned in session 1, please don't be shy, but do be courteous. So with that being said, we have a big group and a lot of ideas to share. So we're going to keep things rolling forward. But as we had in session 1 and in the break beforehand, we welcome your candid feedback as well. We invite you to use the chat for sharing ideas or questions, and just to be mindful, to share your chat to the whole group. Sometimes you can accidentally send something to one person. So just make sure it says everyone. If you want it to go to the whole group, you're welcome to raise your hand and feel free to step away as needed. As I said to the folks who joined earlier, we welcome your kids, your dogs, your grandparents, your food, your dessert, your tea, whatever you may have. My son just brought me a mug of tea. How awesome is that? So feel free to have your food. It is the evening hour, and we really thank all of you for spending your evenings with us for this workshop. We had a rich conversation in session 1. We'll give you a recap of. Here's a little bit of what we heard before we do intros. The group shared some reflections on just kind of values-based statements as we're moving from values to goals, to actions, to details. And thanks to our technical assistance team, Will pulled these together. Jessica's been taking a lot of notes, so yay for Will and Jessica. So some of the things we heard about local food. It needs to be community youth involved to sustainably grow. It's the key to sustainability. Can benefit local health and economy, should be affordable to all, accessible to all, can build local economies, sustain longevity and access, should be widely available, fresh, non-GMO, and nutritious, is the foundation needed to knit together the local community and can reconnect us to nature and benefit local ecosystems. So those are just a couple of the highlights, but really beautiful. And then around a couple statements around my community, but really fabulous. My community does not know its own strength. Power to the people, has many gifts to share, many strengths in sustaining resources, make sure all parties have input, and is a strong multicultural hub. You can just see a quick word cloud put together of both of this I believe statement. So thanks again, Will, for that. So that's some of what we heard. We're going to do a quick intro to the goals, where we're headed, and then invite folks to introduce themselves. So in session 1, we talked a lot about the program, Local Foods, Local Places. The purpose of the program is to create an action plan by the community, for the community, that the community drives forward. So I want to emphasize that this is really an action plan by Harrisburg, South Allison Hill, and the steering committee, the local steering committee, will be the local group, the hosts to move the action plan forward. This is a starting point. This is not an ending point. So there's going to be a lot more work to do after the 2 days, today and tomorrow. So this, there are more folks that need to be engaged, issues to be considered. So no, this is not the end. There will be 3 additional calls after the workshop as part of this process that are open to anyone. And that's where we're going to continue to refine the goals and action, or rather the actions and details. And we invite all of you to join as part of those. And we'll share the details with the summary. Here's where we started with the 4 goals with the steering committee: to develop a food hub or a food accelerator that's a sustainable and profitable venture that supports local food economy. Goal 2, improve access to and demand for fresh nutritional foods for residents in South Allison Hill neighborhood. 3, and this is where there's been a change since session 1, expand and increase. So the change is to expand and increase resources, training, and support for local food growers and food entrepreneurs, and to create an ethnic restaurant row in South Allison Hill. So those are the 4 goals. And as I mentioned, in between the break, in between session 1 and session 2, we had a really robust and honest conversation, many of you were on, around these goals and what's here and what's not here. And a lot of what we heard is that the conversation around equity is the top and needs to underpin anything, and that justice and equity needs to be the driving force for the whole Local Foods, Local Places action plan moving forward. We heard, I'm just going to hit a couple highlights. I'm going to ask folks to add a few more details in, and then we'll do introductions for new folks joining. We heard that education is key. Education, not only on how to grow your own food, but about how to become more self-reliant. For people who are already growing, how to take that growing to the next level and become an even more rocking producer or rocking grower, meaning successful ability to earn an income, to grow nutrient-dense food. We talked about sustainability, nutrient-dense food. We talked about engaging youth. We talked about people of color leading and the Latino community, the Latina community leading, that we don't have a lot of people of color so far on the call, or the local community, corner store representatives on the community. And that's a real need moving forward, that there has to be prioritizing outreach needs to be a key action across all 4 goals, not only engagement at one point, but ongoing sustained engagement, and that the engagement needs to be led by people of color, by the Latino and Latina community in a way that makes sense. So maybe that's a Zoom meeting, but maybe not. Maybe it's sitting around, a distance picnic table outside. Maybe it's a pencil and paper survey in different languages. Maybe it's one-on-one outreach. But one of the key things we heard is that this is a starting point, but we don't have everybody here to be able to make decisions for the community, and that key engagement that needs to happen after is a real need and driving point moving forward.
Community driven.
Yeah. Folks who stayed on that break in between session 1 and session 2, what other high points would you hit? What did I miss about the conversation in between session 1 and session 2 that you'd like to share with the larger group?
I do have a couple people that I was able to get on the call, who is Jenny Jenkins is on the call, that's in the Latina community. I also have Allison Acevedo, which I asked her to come and talk about EJAB, environmental justice and how it relates to food. And there's somebody else, I think Jenny invited someone else, so trying to get some more people to be involved here with the call. So anytime you want to give them an opportunity to say something, I know Allison won't be able to stay on long, but she can talk about how food injustice relates to food insecurity and vice versa.
That's a good segue, Rafika. Thank you. Allison, would you like to introduce yourself, and then anything you'd like to share, and then we'll move on to welcome people to introduce themselves who are not on call 1. Allison, feel free to introduce yourself.
Oh, sure. I think I mentioned before, from the Office of Environmental Justice. Rafika, my children are in the background, and Rafika is one of our board members from the Environmental Justice Advisory Board, which is a statewide advisory board, and really value her input, particularly as she does the on-the-ground work in Harrisburg. But I'm just here to listen. A lot of times we don't have the opportunity to hear from community members directly, and I think one of the reasons that Rafika invited me is that we're oftentimes calling meetings and asking people to come, but just to hear the talking about something that benefits the community and hearing some of the workshop goals to be more community driven are really important when we think about equity and justice. And just wanted to say that food security and food economy is one of the things that often gets sometimes doesn't get included when we talk about environmental justice, but is really a critical piece for so many communities. So I'm interested to hear what people have to say. I may not be on full video all the time because I need to get my kids their homework done, but I'll listen. But just wanted to continue to hear the equity and justice pieces lifted up in the discussion. We've been trying to work at this at the Department of Environmental Protection to see how things can be more community driven and how resources can get to vulnerable communities. So oftentimes it means thinking about developing data to support communities' lived experience, but just wanted to hear from community members about the work that they're doing and how they are building a construct for social justice is so critical. So thanks for the opportunity to participate. And I'll put my email, I didn't register. I'll put my email in the chat, so if people want to connect, feel free to connect. And our office is statewide as well, so just wanted to let folks know that as well.
Great, thanks Allison, and thanks for sharing your contact info. How about others who are new to this session? Feel free to share your name and affiliation, and if your affiliation is community member, we welcome that as well. So Amy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amy Hill. I am actually here because I wear several different hats in this important discussion about access to good, healthy food. My day job, I am the Director of Community Engagement with the Central Pennsylvania Food Bank. I've also been a member of the steering committee for the Allison Hill Farmers Market, and I am the chairman of the Broad Street Market Alliance, which most of you know this, but for those who don't, it's another farmers market in another part of the city that provides an important oasis of healthy food in that part of the city. So I'm very, very excited to be a part of this discussion, and I can't get to all of the sessions, but whatever I can, I'm eager to participate and listen.
Great, thanks Amy. And as we mentioned before, it's fine if folks are only able to join one session. If you're able to join all, that's great. We will share the recordings and slides after, and the steering committee will be the group to move the action plan forward, moving forward after today. So again, you're welcome to attend any and all sessions. How about, let's see, other folks who are just joining the call for the first time today? Feel free to jump in. I'm just looking through the participant list. Who else is joining for the first time?
Well, I introduced myself before this meeting start, but I'll just say one more time that I am Jenny Jenkins Dallas. I am the owner, publisher of La Voz Latina newspaper. It's a community newspaper. We're in 6 counties, but I do live here in Harrisburg. I'm also on the board of Latino Professionals Association, that's a networking of professionals, Latino professionals and educated members. I guess they have to have, certain degrees and so forth. And then we also have the Estamos Unidos de Pennsylvania, which we service over 1,000 families around the holidays and do a nice, we cook and feed everyone. We give out gifts, have a nice show for the children. And I'm also, my husband and I have a church on North 7th Street, Gospel Fellowship Church. We have an outreach there. It's called Spider Outreach. And it's named after a legend in our community. He was a homeless man, but he would always come into our church and he'd have service with us. Like he called it his church. And he would go out and pray with the community after he left. So when he passed away, he had written with a note and money to have his funeral at our church. So we named our homeless outreach to after Spider. So. And then we have, I invited Rosalind Copeland. She's on the call as well. She's like my side. We do everything together. So she's on, I invited her on the call as well.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, Jenny. Rosalind, would you like to introduce yourself? Is Rosalind on? I don't think I see Rosalind yet. Do you, Jenny?
She's on here.
She was on here a moment ago.
We can come back. Richard, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is Richard Martinez. I'm a Harrisburg City resident. I'm a high school biology teacher, and I'm also working on my ESL certification. So I work predominantly with our Spanish-speaking community and students. I'm a community development enthusiast. I've lived in Harrisburg for going on 2 years now. And I'm also the chair of Harrisburg Urban Growers, which is a network of urban growers here in the city. So yeah, I'm just interested to see what this project is doing and just any type of networking opportunity is always welcome. So thanks, guys.
Others, anybody who's new to this session, who'd like, Rosalind, I see you're on now. Would you like to introduce your name and affiliation?
Yes, hello. I apologize. My phone somehow it logged me off. But
No
yes, my
problem.
name's Rosalind Copeland. I'm actually I was invited tonight by Jenny Dallas. I'm actually an outreach coordinator with Gospel Fellowship Church, and also I'm a part of the community in a lot of different areas with the outreach, and also in the process of doing a lot of things within the food distributing throughout the Harrisburg community. So I definitely wanted to come in tonight to get a little information and see how I can be a part.
Anybody else who this is your first session, want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, this is Des. My name is Deswan Dubois. I born and raised in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I've since moved around a bit, and I'm currently located down in the Charlotte area in North Carolina. But a couple of my good friends who I grew up there in the area with are currently working on the Bridge Eco Village. And it's a company that will be doing a lot in the area in terms of community development and really staying focused on the community needs. And one of our underlying, kind of focuses is going to be food security, food access. That's a big driving force for us. We know that that's a driving force for the community and the development of the community overall. So I am thrilled to kind of be a part of this and to hear all the different opportunities and ideas that can get thrown around by all of the great people in this call. So I think our CEO is also on the line. I'm not sure if he's available to speak, but Gary Gilliam might also be here as well. I'm not sure if you guys have spoken with anyone else from our team, but we're happy to be here and happy to share our input.
Great, thanks, Des. Yeah, Gary was on the last call, as well as several folks from the Bridge. Anybody, Gary, you on again? Anybody else from the Bridge?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, there you are, good.
Yes, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Gary Gilliam. I'm the CEO of the Bridge. Was there a third question, like what we're looking forward to again? Or
No, we're going to keep it rolling a little faster tonight so we can jump into actions, but that was perfect. You were mentioned, so wanted to say hey to you. But we're really glad everybody's on. Gary, is there anything else? Good to go? Cool.
Not right.
Awesome. So we have a stellar group, just the energy that you bring, the honesty that the community spoke with, both in session one and in between session one and session two. I want to thank you. Most of you know this with Zoom, but in case you don't, there's a mute and unmute button, start and stop your video. When people are sharing the screen, you can click on a little grid icon and that will let you see multiple faces at once, and you can grab a little corner of the window and drag it and make it bigger and smaller so you can change the way your screen looks. We're going to be sharing a couple Google Docs today, and that's going to be a little bit different, as well as a map in a minute. We're going to build on the map introduction that Jessica shared at the end of our session one. But what we really want to get into is the heart of where we're going, which is starting to look at the actions for the goals. So we're going to focus on that primarily during our session one today. So here are the 4 goals. Again, this is what, there's a slight delay between when I change it on my end and what you see, but this is what the Google document will look like that we're going to work with soon. Everybody has the same editing rights for the Google Doc, and I'll let you know how it works in just a little bit. And this is where we're going to start to share ideas and share all the actions across all the goals as a large group. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing to refine and prioritize actions and then move into action details with some action detail tables. So folks saw this before, and this is where when folks say, we need to have a one-on-one conversation, and this is who that conversation needs to take place with. This is where we're going to gather some of those ideas. So I invite you, as you have ideas, to make these goals a reality, to jot them down and bring them with you, bring them forward. So with that being said, anything else, technical assistance team, you want to add? Introduce yourself. Any questions? Jessica, Jennifer, you want to say hi?
Down there 1 second. Jazzy?
Yes.
All right. I mean, I can say hi. Hi, everyone. Again, Jennifer Hirsch from EPA's Office of Community Revitalization.
Great.
And hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Dimmick with EPR, co-facilitating with Christine, taking scrupulous notes. If you see that I have renamed you to include your organization, that was me. Let me know if I've got anything incorrect, and I'll be working with Christine and Will throughout the sessions, both today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Jessica. Will, want to say hey?
Yeah, this Will Cockrell with EPRPC out of Charlottesville, Virginia, working with Jessica and Christina on this and the team, and really looking forward to working with you all.
Great, thanks. Any questions from anybody before we look at some maps and then dive into goals and actions? Anything else anyone wants to add? Questions, feedback from anybody? So the tool that we're going to share just in about 10 or 15 minutes, people, as all of you know, people think about things really differently. Some folks are very spatially oriented, and being able to see places on a map is really helpful to be able to think about how to make different goals a reality. So we don't want to just have paper and Google Docs, but we want to enable people to think about your community, and as we heard earlier, not just being bounded by a census tract line, but thinking across the community. So you'll see a lot of the points in the map stretch beyond South Allison Hill. So Jessica's going to introduce Social Pinpoint. This is a tool and resource for the community. It will be available for a year. And I want to encourage you to think about the goals that we have and think about what opportunities and challenges there might be for the goals as you look at the map, and how you might start to brainstorm some actions to make the goals a reality as you look at the Social Pinpoint map. So Jessica, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce it. And after we do some mapping, then we're going to jump into those action ideas.
Great, thanks, Christine. So this is, I'm sharing my screen right now, which you're looking at the interactive maps that I introduced at the end of last session. I would encourage you to go to the chat and click on the link that I put in there so that you can interact with the map. But if you'd like to follow along with me here, this is a map that we're using to identify assets, opportunities, challenges to local foods and to placemaking, and anything that you find relevant to this conversation. We have this map organized with 7 different marker types. We received some information from Dave. I don't remember Dave's last name, but he identified a lot of the community gardens that already exist. So you'll see with the light blue leaf, he has identified a lot of the gardens that exist. We also have 6 different marker types that you can drag from the top and add anywhere on the map. This is like a Google Maps interface where you can zoom in and out. And you'll see that there are a lot of markers that have already been identified. If you want to know a little more about the 6 marker types, you can click on the welcome icon on the left-hand side of your screen. So the blue thumbs up are favorite places. If you're showing someone around Harrisburg for the first time, where would you take them? What are the places that you love to visit, that you love, that are part of your community? Things not to be missed. Then the red exclamation point, those are things that may need fixing. It might be a broken sidewalk, a pothole. It might be, I think someone put in the Dairy Family supermarket that failed its health inspection is something that needs fixing. So it could be a variety of things. The gold stars are opportunities. Anything that represents an opportunity around local food and placemaking. Someone identified Joshua Farm as an opportunity. And then we have 3 markers related to this local food system supply areas. So this could be any of the community gardens that maybe we missed, or local farms, or even aggregators. The fork and knife are access points for local foods. So these could be restaurants, food distribution points, CSAs, maybe even places that have like school backpack programs. And then the purple are any sort of knowledge assets of the local food system. So places where an organization is offering cooking classes or nutrition education, demonstrations, anything like that. Now we created this map and we gave it to the local steering committee several weeks ago to start to populate. And I think Tannen Herman with Wildheart started to add a lot of these, especially the food access and food supply. So this exercise, and I would encourage you to click on that link in the chat and make your way in and start to look at what other people have said. You know, do you really like NDO's pizza? Is that a real important part of the local food system? If so, click like. If there's a dish on there that you know is featuring local spinach, you know, view the discussion, add your comments. This is meant to be a fun, interactive activity so that we are not just talking at you, but rather you are using this as an engaging way to think about different parts of the local food system. Maybe there are gardens on here that you didn't even know existed. You know, so use this as you may. But the point is really to get the wheels turning on what are some assets and opportunities so that as we go into our brainstorming of actions for each goal, that we have this in mind. And we know that we have a lot of assets that we can build off of. Maybe there are some opportunities here, some place-specific opportunities that you might want to brainstorm an action about. Is everyone able to click on the link? Is anyone having issues accessing it? Well, I see that someone added Pax Supermarket and someone added Fountain Gate Church Food Bank. So these are great additions. I see
Where can I find one of the blue ones for the gardens?
So the community gardens are a unique type in that they're not ones that you're going to be able to add on. So if there's another community garden you want to add, you can drag from the food system supply. But unfortunately, the community gardens are not ones that you're able to add. But if you have a comment about an existing community garden that's already identified, you can click on that and then view the discussion.
And the only reason why is they were imported via geographic information systems or GIS and manually entered from another map that was shared. So the information will be the same in terms of a community garden that's blue or green. Same amount of information, just a different way it was added to the map.
Mm-hmm.
So each edition the form has to be filled out completely with the same email address and all that kind of fun stuff.
Yes. So when you go, let's say I was going to add that Morrison Sunshine Park is one of my favorite places. The comment here, you would simply identify what it is and think about like maybe why is this one of your favorite places or what's the opportunity here. You'd add in your email, your first and last name. Organization is optional. Photo is optional, but that would be great if you have it. If not, no worries. And then you just agree that your comment will be used. It's just a silly legal thing that Social Pinpoint, which is the company that runs this platform, requires, and then you add your comment. So that's, yeah. Any questions? I'm just going to do a quick refresh here and see what we've got. I don't know, Christine, how are we doing on time? Do we have time to kind of dig into some of these that have been added?
Yeah, we have a couple minutes. I think people do they have to enter the email address each time or only the first time?
It may auto-populate once you add it in. It may not.
Okay.
I've had it auto-populate for me, but it may not do that.
Great. So Emily's put something in the chat roll. If folks are not able to access the map for any reason and you want to put something in the chat roll, we welcome it and we can add it for you. Absolutely. But yeah, Jessica, feel free to go ahead and take a look at some of the sites, or if people have questions or suggestions, feel free to just say them or add them to the chat roll as well.
Great. Great. So I see that Emily mentioned that she's not certain where to add this, but Penn State Extension Office offers healthy cooking series at willing host locations like churches, and they are able to provide an interpreter. So that's an excellent point, Emily. If anyone knows of a specific location where those cooking classes are held, feel free to add that to the map, but we will capture that in the notes for sure. So I see the bridge was added. I know we've got Des and Gary, right? From the bridge here with us tonight. And they acquire old properties like schools, malls, and warehouses and turns them into eco-villages intended to be totally sustainable and self-contained mixed-use eco-villages with housing, commercial retail space, co-working. So this is great. And I love the picture that, who added this? Can you tell me a little bit more about this picture? What are we seeing here?
Yes. This is a rendering of what we would like to do with the former Bishop McDevitt in our transformation to an eco-village. Excuse me. And what you see here, the main building staying the main building. We wouldn't want to change the beautiful building itself, but add a floor on top, which as of now looks like it will be built, excuse me, out of cross-laminated timber. You see PV, so a bunch of solar panels across the top, looking not just to be net zero, but to be net positive. Create a smart grid for Harrisburg and provide low-cost energy to the local neighborhood. Water collection to be used in our farming and hydroponics and aeroponics using 90 to 95% less water than traditional farming. So collecting our rainwater to use in our farm, as well as gray water systems and rainwater gardens throughout the site. I mean, I could go through the whole spiel of the bridge if you'd like, but I was just kind of showing what you can see there. You can kind of see some of the greenhouses in the back. Yeah,
this is great.
I can go through the whole spiel if you'd like, but that's the short version.
Oh, this is great. Thank you. Richard was saying that's fantastic. Amy says amazing. Jenny says absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
So great.
Yeah, Gary, do you want to share another minute or so on?
Yeah, definitely. I'll go through the whole spiel then, but I'll keep it quick. So, the Bridge Eco Village is comprised of 5 different branches: work, eat, live, learn, and play. We like to think that we're doing one of those 5 things at some point in the day, so why not do them all in one place? That's the most sustainable thing to do and the most logical. Contrary to the current state of the world, we are better when we work together in close proximity to each other. But with that being said, we've adjusted some of the design aspects to address COVID. So in the workspace, that's co-working space, a maker space, instead of a bunch of hot desk space, we've dedicated more area to one-person offices, and we'll be building those with demountable walls. So when the time adjusts and we can go back to 2-person, 3-person conference rooms, we can adjust with the low cost of construction. Makerspace is an area for the local community to come and tinker, 3D printers, the like, get programming in their startups for incubation, acceleration, again, creating synergy in that business aspect. So that's the work branch. The eat branch is a vertical farm. And what you see there is actually our horizontal aspect of it. The most recent one, which is not this picture, it goes a bit more vertical. So in doing so, or excuse me, by using hydroponics and aeroponics allows us to go vertical. So on 1/3 of an acre, we can grow as much food as traditional farming does on 13 acres. Now, there are benefits to growing in the ground with, carbon capture and soil regeneration. So we will still have traditional farming on site, just not at a massive scale. We can also take in fresh food waste and convert that into compost that we use the nutrients for our system, as well as capturing the bio-rich methane to heat up the greenhouse so we can grow year round. And our current calculations, if you will, we're able to grow actually enough food to feed 130,000 people. So about 3 times the population of Harrisburg, which we're not looking to bop out everybody in Harrisburg. We're looking to supply surrounding areas to bring money back into Harrisburg by localizing our farming and putting us on the map in that way. So that's the EAT branch. Live is housing, affordable housing and upper class housing. It's important that everyone be together and be encouraged and see the points of pain that other people have, provide opportunities, businesses, services for them. So that's the housing aspect. Learn, I'll come back to learn. Play is entertainment option. So what you see at the bottom left is the gym, and then north of that is right above it is an adventure arcade that will be built that will have zip lines, batting cages, trampolines, just providing opportunities of entertainment in the city so kids don't have to hop on dirt bikes and grab paintball guns and real guns because they have no outlet. So we'll provide an outlet. And then that learn branch is actually the nonprofit portion of the bridge called the Empower at the Bridge Foundation that actually supports all the other entities. So Learn to Work is teaching people how to build their LLCs, get their pitch decks together. Again, that incubation acceleration programming. Learn to Eat, teaching people how to farm. So don't rely on us, don't rely on other grocers, learn how to grow food yourself in many different ways and do it at home. Learn to Live is actually the formation of a community real estate fund to allow the local community to invest in a fund and not just invest in the bridge location for minority share, but to also invest in the local community and be the ones that control the quote unquote gentrification. And Learn to Play is actually a partnership with my nonprofit, the Garrett Gilliam Foundation, which is about accessibility of handicapped individuals. My brother has cerebral palsy. So in our entertainment space, you'll see a lot of accessible things like virtual reality. So it allows a guy like Victor, who doesn't have the ability to drive a car, to get into a go-kart, put on a virtual reality helmet and drive over the dunes in Egypt, right? So again, that also bodes to sustainability and flexibility of our different spaces in the virtual reality aspect. But that's the Bridge Eco Village, Work, Eat, Live, Learn, Play, old properties converting to new properties. Harrisburg is on our docket, as well as a bunch of other cities around the nation. But I'm from Harrisburg, Desi, a lot of our team's from Harrisburg, so felt it very appropriate to do an Eco Village in Harrisburg.
Well, I think you're going to have a sign up for something like that for folks. So Brian has asked in the chat room, what's the time frame for the project? We just have a couple more minutes for the map, and then we'll start digging into action. So Gary, how about the time frame?
Yep. So we actually just had a council meeting to get the property rezoned from institutional to commercial neighborhood to allow the implementation of the full Eco Village. We haven't put our full land development plan in, but we plan on getting that in by December. And unfortunately, with the winter, we probably won't be able to start construction until March, April, possibly May. But then after we start construction, the timeline's looking like anywhere from 8 to 16 months. And that'll be phased, not phased like starting construction, stopping construction, but phased as in which parts of the Eco Village will open up. So like the co-working spaces won't take much. Redo the sprinkler system, roof, HVAC. We can get those programming, that going sooner than later. Farm takes a bit to build what we got to build, and obviously the maturity of the plants. So like I said, phased over 8 to 16 once we start construction in May. So we're looking to have full occupancy of the full Eco Village by summer of 2022.
That deserves a round of applause. I encourage people to clap, snap, put the clap reaction in the bottom. It's the best news I've heard all week in terms of project planning. Thanks, Gary, for that run through. Jessica, what are a couple highlights that you see, or open it up to others, highlights that other people see on the map
Yeah, I would ask and for others to speak. What when you were poking around at this, what jumped out at you? What do you see as potential for the action brainstorming? What surprised you?
Just have a
Aside
comment.
from the awesomeness of the bridge. Go ahead.
I was just, I see that there's an Investa farming aquaponics at the farm show. Is that at the farm show, or does anybody have any more information about what that is?
Yeah, this is George. That's it's part of a charter school, which has the largest aquaponics infrastructure, I believe. I'm not sure if it's statewide or, and so that's what it is. It's
No, we have the largest at Commonwealth Charter Academy. I'm the
I'm
aquaponics
sorry.
teacher. So, yeah, so
I
we're
thought that's
across
what
the
it was.
street.
I thought.
No,
okay.
no, it's where the farm show's at. That's why I was like,
Oh,
what's
I think you put it in
Investa?
the
I haven't heard of
wrong-
that.
Okay, I apologize. I thought it was you.
No,
Okay.
no, we're on there as well. I was just
Yeah.
curious because I saw
okay, sorry.
Invista Aquaponics. I was just like, well, they're doing something across the street at the farm show. That's kind of neat.
Isn't that at Hack? This is Brian. Extension.
No, the hack is behind us a little bit. On the map at the very least. It's the Invista is one of the blue icons, and it's at the corner of the farm show complex, basically where the Paxton Creek is at. So.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask the same thing because my teacher is the one that built the one at CCA, which is the largest aquaponics in the country. And I have been working, that's how I got to become a farmer through them. So I was wondering at that too. I was like, okay, we got another system in here. So I had to know it's the same system.
Well, thanks for the clarification. Yeah, this is all helpful discussion.
So thanks, Jessica, for hosting the map. Thanks, folks, for sharing your ideas and inspiring. The map will stay active and open. The map is for the community, so you can populate it with as many points as you want to and really use it as an active tool in talking about the goals and actions moving forward. So again, that's going to be active for about the next year or so, and a lot of communities have found it really helpful. So feel free to continue to use it. So here's where we transition a little bit. We've heard a lot of really specific and very good action ideas in session 1, in the break between session 1 and session 2, and maybe some things that just spurred ideas for additional action moving forward here. So I just shared in the chat roll a link to a Google document that everybody will have editing rights to. I just would ask that you not delete it, because then we'll have to go back to it. So we just talked about social pinpoint. This is going to look like a lot of information, and it will be a lot of information for a moment, but this is where we transition to your ideas coming out. So the Google Doc that we have looks like kind of like this. We'll transition to that in just a moment. It has 2 different pages for each goal. And we're going to ask you to start thinking about actions for each of the goals. We shared the actions in session 1. We asked folks what's missing. We added again, expand and increase for goal 3. Folks said that a lot of the equity and justice lands in goal 3, and that ongoing outreach in ways that make sense for community members needs to be across all 4 goals. So the actions, we're going to encourage you to begin with a verb, to think about specific ideas. So not so much start a new aquaculture endeavor, but where would that aquaculture endeavor be? Would Rafika teach classes for the new aquaculture endeavor? Or is this for 6 months? Is this 12 months? Is this 24 months? So to begin with a verb, be specific, think near to midterm, within 2 years. Beyond that, it gets a little hard to plan beyond 2 years. Does the action help advance a goal? We're going to ask you to type one action per post-it, and we'll show you what that looks like, and to write a complete sentence, because it's hard to know what was going on in your mind or your heart after the workshop. So try to include as many details as possible. We'll continue to refine these tomorrow in small groups per goal, and you'll be able to choose the goal that you want to work on. And then one action per box. So an example might be create a veggie prescription program where doctors can write prescriptions that the farmer's market accepts to provide free fruits and vegetables. So it starts with a verb. It's specific. It talks about who. Doesn't have a time frame though. So that's where we'll get into more details tomorrow. Or conduct a market study to determine food uses most immediately needed in Food Accelerator. So those are some examples of a couple of the actions. So I'm going to jump out of this and jump into the Google Doc. So everybody, again, it's in the chat roll, and we can go into separate breakout rooms. If anyone's having trouble accessing the Google Doc, Will or Jessica can actually go into a one-on-one breakout room with you to gather your ideas if for some reason the Google Doc is not working for you. So we don't want that to be a barrier to anybody participating. So go ahead and click on the Google Doc, because you'll need to put it in a new internet browser window. So just open up an internet browser, put it in there, or just click on it and one should open. And we can start to see, different people are joining right now. So the first slide has the 4 goals. You can see the reworded goal 3 just with expand and increases in here now. And then here is the second slide. Is anybody having trouble accessing the Google Doc or have any questions? And Jessica put her phone number in, 434-284-1979. We'll have to delete that, I guess, Jessica, from the the recording, but we can make it just available to participants. So again, anybody having trouble accessing the Google Doc? All right, so it's simple. There are 2 different sheets per goal. So you can see here's goal 1, then we move on to goal 2, goal 3, and goal 4. In just a moment, we're going to have a couple minutes of silence so that people can just think and write on your own. Here are the instructions. Everybody can see the instructions either in my screen or on your own page. So it's a shared doc. Everyone has edit rights. Each goal, again, has 2 slides with 10 text boxes each, 20 total. We're going to invite you to work in any of the 4 goals. So if you really feel drawn to goal 4, feel free to hop to goal 4. If you love goal 3, feel free to jump into goal 3. Click on a text box and write one action in the numbered post-it and add your name. And you can copy and paste more actions as needed. We're going to combine similar actions as we roll forward. Someone else starts to type in a box or just jump into a new one. Just a suggestion, if your first name starts closer to an A, like Amy, maybe grab one towards the number 1. If your name is closer to Niles, maybe go to a like 17 or 18, or, first name, go closer to 1. If it is closer to A, if your first name is closer to Z, go closer to 20. That's just a way to spread out which text box you grab a little bit. After about 5 minutes of writing time, we're going to ask folks to stop typing and turn your attention back to the main screen, because then we're going to look at each goal as a group. And we're going to ask you to share your actions one at a time. And we can add details or revise the actions as needed and group them. So please make sure that you add your name to the action and leave the number on it. So at the end of tonight, this is what we're going to do this evening. Our technical assistance team tomorrow morning will put these into a survey, and we will email them out to all the participants to get your initial prioritization. We'll leave that survey open at the beginning of session 3 tomorrow as well. And that will just give us a snapshot about what's the most important to folks in session 3 tomorrow. And we'll continue to welcome new action ideas tomorrow as well. So to wrap up, this is, we're going to be looking in a page like this. So you can just, for session 7 here, you would just type your name right on top of where it says your name here. And type here for action, type it. It will, if you click on it, it will create spaces. So you just have to respace it a little bit. So this is where you start to, pull out that piece of paper that maybe you've been saving on your phone or on a piece of paper with the action ideas and start to include them across any of the goals. So again, we'll have about 5 minutes for folks just to add your ideas directly into the Google Doc across any of the goals, and then we'll come back and look at the goals one by one for folks to share and explain. We'll get to all 4 goals before we wrap up. What questions do you have? Anybody having a hard time accessing the document? Again, the link is in the chat roll. Anyone want to hop into a breakout room one-on-one with Will or Jessica to share your ideas? All right. So if you do have any questions, just put them in the chat roll. This will start to form the foundation for the action plan, the ideas that you share now.
Des has his hand raised. Des, what's going on?
That might be from earlier. Des, is that a new hand raised?
I guess I needed to put my hand back down.
Okay. No worries. No worries.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No, it's important. Anybody having any trouble? So again, I want to encourage you, the directions are earlier, be specific. So the bridge, I see the bridge under number 3. That's awesome. But what about the bridge? Is the bridge going to do what? When? So specificity, time frame, name, actions, details are really helpful, complete sentences. And then again, please include your name. Any other questions? Thanks, Gary. Sorry for picking on you there. Any questions from anyone? Okay, so again, as much as that the bridge is going to steward the Food Accelerator, create it, fund it, what about the Food Accelerator? So I want to encourage you to be as specific as possible. And just let us know if you have any questions, and we'll just have a couple minutes of silence for people to enter things. Again, across the 4 goals. Feel free to go ahead and jump in.
Having trouble as Hamilton typing into one of the blocks.
Let's see, where are you trying to type it into? Would it be helpful to, do you want to go into a breakout room with someone or just talk through tech for a second?
No, you had like the bridge entered theirs in number 3.
Mm-hmm.
I was just
was that John?
I was trying to type into one and I could not. I don't know if it's me or my computer.
So the one thing to make sure you're doing is you might be viewing my screen. So I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen for a minute and make sure that you have it open in your own browser window. So if you click in the chat roll, you'll see the Google Doc link. Did that help? I'll share my screen again in a minute.
No, I can't see the chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
John, do you want to go into a quick breakout room?
Yeah, why don't, John, why don't I see if I can help you in a breakout room here?
Okay, so I'm going to put you in just for a minute or 2.
And Christine, Catherine Scott also wants to go into a breakout room. Maybe Will and Catherine can go together to troubleshoot.
Sure. So John, let me see, I need to.
Okay.
You know what, I might have to do that again. You know, Will, I wonder if you can just call directly because I only opened one room up when I started that.
Okay.
Who was it? Who was it that needed to join another room?
Catherine Scott?
Let's see. Will, do you mind just messaging in the chat roll, Catherine, your phone number? Catherine, does that work okay with you?
Going to unmute my phone right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Would that be, I wonder. Catherine, would that be okay if you just hopped on the phone with Will for a minute directly? instead of a breakout room.
Okay.
If Will shares his phone number with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let me know if that doesn't work. And Catherine, feel free to just share your ideas as well, and we can enter them.
Yeah, I can type them here for you if you want as well.
Will, are you able to get a message to Catherine in the chat roll?
Yeah,
about
I
your
sent my
phone number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So Catherine, feel free to just share your ideas here, or if you want to call Will, feel free to do that as well.
You can also, if you're having a hard time getting into the Google Doc, you can just type your ideas in the chat as well, and then we'll grab them and paste them in for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not a problem.
Anybody else having a hard time connecting to it? All right, I see that goal 1 has some good questions. Who are the customers? Who are the suppliers? So if you have specific ideas addressing some of the questions, feel free to put them in as well. It's like goal 2 has 2 ideas so far. More on page 3. I see training for local farmers under goal 1. If you, just a thought does maybe to think about what kind of training and when, who might offer the training, just encouraging folks to get specific if possible. So we'll give it just another couple minutes for ideas. I'd also encourage you to think about who will benefit from the action and who are the actions for as you're writing. So as you're going through them, again, think about, is there a verb with them? Is there details, actions in the immediate term? So adding additional details where possible is really helpful. All right, do folks need more time? Right, anybody? Jessica's back.
Hey.
I'm gonna close the room, Jessica, if that sounds good.
Yes.
Great, awesome. Anybody need more time? All right. So Jenny says she has to hop off in a minute. Jenny, we'll add you to the email list, absolutely. Glad you're on. Jenny, anything you wanted to add before you needed to hop off?
No, thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Rafika, for inviting me.
Yeah, glad you're on.
You're welcome, Jenny.
So we'll give just another few minutes. Feel free to delete the type here if you see the type here in the box, because the only thing that will go in the box are your action items. So we're going to start out with goal 1. And as we go through these, we're going to ask the folks who entered the action item to feel free to share your idea. And as you're talking through it, to add more detail. If you notice that another action item is similar to yours, then we can group them together. So as you report out, you might say, hey, my number 1 is really similar to number 7. I think we should put them together. And we'll actually group them together as we take a look at them. So that's something that we'll do as a group. And we'll just go through them. We have about 10 minutes per goal, a little less, about 8 minutes per goal. So we're gonna ask folks to keep your ideas to, 20 or 30 seconds, share in your action item, and then we'll roll through all 4 goals. Any questions or concerns from anybody or anything else, technical assistance team, you wanna add? All right, I see Will still may be chatting there. All right, so we'll start out with goal 1 and just invite you to share your ideas. So who would like to share an action for goal 1 first?
I'm happy to go first. This is Brian.
Great, thanks, Brian.
Penn State Extension. So, and I put those like 1 and 2 in right away because they kind of go hand in hand. But you need a way of mapping out if it is a food hub that's actually moving food to institutions or even retail, whatever it is. And so I've worked with anything from small collaborative farming groups to larger hub ideas or co-ops. And moving food is really, really hard. And so you really have. And I have exercise I use to go through this. It's really as simple as using Post-it notes. We're identifying one end of the map of who the customers are. And you can imagine that the left-hand side of the map is farmers. But then how do you get from those farms to those customers there? Where are the aggregation points where the food from all those farms come from? Who's moving that? Who are the ancillary support systems for that? And ultimately, on either end too, who's the support systems for the customer base that are needed, and what's their buy-in in this.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks, Brian. So not sure if I captured all of that, but it sounds like, would it be correct under the value chain mapping under action 1 there to identify the customer's aggregation point support systems and growers in the overall value chain mapping?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. Brian just color-coded his. There we go. All right, thanks, Brian. Any questions from anybody on this one? All right, Brian, do you want to jump into number 2 as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying they kind of go.
Oh, they are. I didn't look at.
They kind of go hand in hand. I guess it was a second thought, but I mean, it was with any agricultural enterprise, we're always thinking about who is who am I growing this for? Who's the ultimate customer base for this? Is going to determine what I'm going to grow and how much of it I'm going to grow. You know, at what scale, if it's a wholesale situation.
Okay, great, thanks. So Jennifer, as we go through these, if you have questions or if others have questions about the actions, feel free to jump in. If you're not clear on what something means, otherwise continue to roll through them.
Yeah, and I would suggest for everybody on the call, as we're going through this, you're going to see that we're going to ask you to keep refining what you mean. So you know, subject, verb, as much detail as possible. So as we're going through this, if you think, oh, I wrote this action, but what I really meant was this, feel free to continue to modify it as we're going along.
Yeah, these are not fixed. What's helpful for us is at the end of, you know, by 8 o'clock tonight, we want to have enough details so we can put them in a survey that people who aren't on the session tonight can understand what they mean. So anything you would want to make sure that other people can understand what you mean, let's go ahead and add that detail here. We might refine the language a little bit, but we want to make sure that that's coming from you. So I'm just going to keep going across them and keep us rolling forward. If you don't want to share for some reason, just let us know. So Gary, how about number 3?
Did you want me to give more than I gave in that spiel?
Is the bridge the food accelerator in this case? Tell us a little bit more about what this action, or for people who weren't on the call tonight, what would be important for them to know about this action?
Well, I think if they saw the figure you had up before of the different proposed food accelerator locations, or excuse me, areas and amenities, and you look at our design for the bridge for that location, or it's not just specific to Allison Hill. We've scouted other locations around Harrisburg to do these things as well, but it's the same thing. The different spaces are literally the same spaces within the bridge. So I can link the bridge or a video to the bridge, but I don't want to write all what I said in there.
So
yeah, that makes
Gary,
sense.
if I could jump in here, what is the immediate next step for you or others to make what you showed us a reality?
Well, the first step was, well, I'm a former NFL player, so I was able to self-fund a lot of this stuff. So I funded a feasibility study on the whole city of Harrisburg to kind of know the needs, different areas. I also went to Milton Hershey School and Penn State. So in terms of pre-purchase agreements with some of those entities, it makes it a lot easier in those negotiations, especially with the amount of food that we're growing. And what we're growing it's micro-herbs, lettuces. I like what Rafika was talking about with the dark greens. I would love to get educated on that and grow some stuff like that. Some vining crops, so tomatoes and cucumbers, but aeroponics and hydroponic kind of limits you in some ways. But sorry, my daughter's sitting right here. If you guys want to see her.
Little. Yeah. Oh, little. No, you're little. Oh, little.
Yeah, so if you hear something, that's Genesis.
That's fun. Oh, great name.
But yeah, no, creates a bunch of jobs. We haven't, you know, it's just so much to the bridge, but our food aspect itself, it certainly hits all the different things of what a food accelerator is. And I hadn't been hip to that term until I hopped in this meeting and saw what you guys considered a food accelerator. And I was like, oh, wow, that's a lot of what the bridge has going on. So yeah.
So Gary, that's really helpful. What's the name of the building that you are looking at reusing for the adaptive reuse?
Yeah, it's the former Bishop McDevitt on Market Street, and that's 2200 Market Street. Now known as the Bridge Eco Village.
I'm not going to get the spelling correct, I'm sure. So in this case, the bridge is the food accelerator in the former Bishop McDevitt building, now the Bridge Eco Village at 2200 Market Street. Is that correct? Will
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Did I get the spelling correctly on that one?
Yes.
Cool. Any questions from anybody on that action? Gary, is it okay?
I'm sorry, I just had one question for Gary. Why are you not including aquaponics in your systems?
In terms of fish,
Yes.
I'm vegan.
Okay, but if you're open to a community, we just can't be because you're vegan. That don't mean everybody else is vegan. I'm looking at those as price points. Yeah, I'm looking at those as price points on different levels, and that's something you and I can talk about at a later time.
The full feasibility study, actually, we wrestled with the idea of full contractor AquaCare, who's done aquaculture all around. It just didn't really fit into the space allocation that we wanted to, it just didn't really fit in the amount of money it costs to put those systems together. In terms of research and development, though, if you want to hop on another call and talk about like a smaller scale one, but the commercial scale that we were doing, it just didn't really fit.
Okay, I was just asking a question. That's all, because it's already being done, and I just look at the fish as different price points as far as when we're talking about selling. And again, certain communities, there's a lot of African communities that will, purchase the fish, etc. So I was just asking.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in the ethnic produce, which is what it was targeted. We were growing tilapia and barramundi, but like I said, we ended up phasing that out of this project. Maybe at another site. Like I said, we're targeting other sites, but for this site specifically, no fish there. But the need in terms of Harrisburg, obviously, no doubt. So the bridge isn't just one location. There's other locations that I can't speak on it, but that we're in the process of acquiring as well to put other processes.
All right, so we have you down to speak about fish in other locations. So, so thank you for that. We're gonna keep rolling, and we're gonna have 4 hours tomorrow to talk about the actions and details for the actions. So this is the starting point. Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Rafika, for that. George, 4.
Yeah, I'm just actually piggybacking on 1 and 2 and 3. So, when we talked about, when the Food Accelerator idea came, it was an area-wide study for South Allison Hill in industrial park, and what to do with the commercial buildings there. But I want to emphasize, we're not married to any specific facility or any ownership. Whatever makes sense and is self-sustaining. So, if the bridge is the place, then that's where the best place is. I just want to make sure that a feasibility study is done, funded and done, which is a difficult thing we had to get the Food Accelerator idea off the ground for that location in South Allison Hill. I heard it was a feasibility study had been done already for the Eco Village, which is smart and good to know. But that study answers Brian's questions. Okay, who are the customers? Who are we marketing to? Would it be school district with lunches? Who will be buying the food? And what scale? I guess it depends on the scale. To feed thousands that were mentioned, then that's a different scale. So that's my concern. Just make sure a feasibility study is done to make sure this is self-sustaining. I'm not married to any specific facility or ownership. This is what I will say, though. My heart is married to this. I want to bring jobs. I especially want to bring jobs all of Harrisburg, but I'm especially concerned about South Allison Hill too. Because it's got one of that and the surrounding south south of Allison Hill has one of the highest poverty areas in Harrisburg, and to bring jobs in walkable distance is a big part of a Food Accelerator. So and to make sure that mom and pop small entrepreneurs can have a commercial kitchen to try, within walking distance, to try and set up their own businesses. Okay. And those may be place-centered, so I don't know.
Great. So we need to add the possibility of pop-up shops, mom and pop shops, walkability, and accessibility for that people are not priced out. That would be more in the creation of the Food Accelerator itself, not only the feasibility study, or that those considerations are taken into account with the feasibility study. Did I get that correct, George?
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jessica is graciously typing in detail. So Jessica, if you have any questions as we roll forward, just stop the show, as you already know. All right, so Ron already hit the nail on the head. As federal partners are adding ideas, we invite you to change the color. We'll do that later as it's more of a technical assistance idea or a way that you can realize in action. Ron, do you want to share that idea in green? If that was you?
Sure. So as I mentioned on the last call, I'm the lead architect for the Wholesale Market and Facility Design Program. It is a no-cost architectural design service that the USDA offers for food facilities across the U.S. There are 2 architects in our division. We're the ones who do this nationwide, so our plate does get very full. It's just for architectural design services, so we do floor plans, elevation sections, 3D renderings. Pretty much the starting point of any project we can help you with. It's a way to take the funding that you would have needed for an architect to start up some of those projects and put that money into actually developing the project. So we're a good start-off point. We will work with a local architect after our design services are complete, and we can hand over what we've developed at that point, and we can also work with local architects to continue your project forward.
Great, thanks Ron, appreciate it. Awesome, Brian, 6.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Penn State Extension has a popular program called Food for Profit that was developed by a colleague a number of years ago, and we offer it all over the state. And basically it is for those food entrepreneurs, the people who are thinking of launching a venture, and we take them through the process of what they have to consider regulatory-wise, labeling requirement-wise, all those kinds of things, you know, to make their business feasible.
Great. Any questions from anybody on that one?
So would the action here be to utilize this program for
Correct.
the Said Food Accelerator?
That's what I was thinking.
Got it. Thanks.
So if you had a number of people that were interested in starting a food business, then you could reach out and say, hey, we've got X amount of people who could use this program, and then we would just set that up.
Great, awesome.
So is that also like an application process? Like it's a competitive program?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just an educational program.
So Des, what happened to 7? I saw you had language in there before, but now it's gone.
Yeah, I ended up seeing number 4 and I figured it fit better down there. And plus, Gary's right on the nail with what he said. The bridge is the food accelerator. We can't really spend it any other way if you think about what we're doing, how we're doing it, where we're doing it, who we're affecting. And so then you just have to get into some of the deeper questions of, you know, how to further, you know, what we're going to be doing out of that space, and how the community will continue to, you know, benefit from it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so Catherine, let's go to Catherine for 8 and 9. Will and Catherine, did you end up working together for those? Know if Catherine's in a place to unmute. Will, do you know, do you enter the detail for those, Will, for 8 and 9? They're still talking, I think. Will's chatting. All right. Jessica, can you send Will a note and ask if they can come back? Thanks. All right, have a deeper dive, right? Who just added number 10?
So,
who just
yeah, so I just typed that in, but that was a response to Julie Walter in the chat. So I figured I would capture that. So Julie, if you want to speak to that idea, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I mean, it sounds like there is a lot of overlap between what the bridge already has planned and what some of the plans are with HRA's Food Accelerator. So I just think there needs to be kind of a deeper dive between the two to see, are there gaps, are there community needs that are not being met at the Eco Village that need to be put into a separate facility, or can everything be contained that was imagined and that the community needs within that eco-village related to the Food Accelerator program?
Okay, that's helpful. All right, so we're going to dive into some of these more tomorrow. Anything else for 10? All right, so we'll go on then to 11. There are a couple more here for goal 1. Whose is number 11? Survey local producers to gauge available products, how and where to work to aggregate for the community. Whose is that one? All right, it may be someone who's had to hop off the call. Last takers for number 11. Anybody on the call, number 11? All right, John, number 12. We still have John?
Yeah, as soon as I get off.
Okay. Oh, good, there you are.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Good, good. You want to share that one?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. So, while I understand the bridge does what they do, and George has some thoughts on the Coca-Cola building and other stuff, here at Hamilton, we realize in working with all of the partners that are on this, that transportation becomes a critical issue. And so, you know, we either have to determine how to get our residents to a food hub or make food hubs almost like a hub and spoke thing where they're closer to the citizens that have limited transportation. And we see that every day with people walking down the street with bags in their hand, going back and forth every day or every other day to shop. It's one of those issues that we deal with and know is prevalent in Allison Hill area.
Okay, great, thanks. So it looks like Jessica is adding more details in the speaker notes down below for these. So if anybody happens to not be seeing that, you can see it in your own browser window, but there are a couple more details there. We'll add those before we put them into the survey tomorrow. Any questions?
I do have a comment. I have a comment about what John just mentioned, and this is Des again.
He does. Go for it. Des, you're muted again. You might have to unmute.
I must have swiped it accidentally. Yeah. So in one of my answers, and maybe 3 or 4, goal 3 or 4 kind of addresses this, and it was something that I thought of. I was driving down the road and I saw it was like a mobile breast cancer check kind of bus that was kind of going around. And I know that they're specifically doing that to reach communities that may not have the access to get to hospitals or centers where they can get that stuff done. So I actually approached a lot of the team over at the bridge and kind of mentioned to them that an option would be to actually have a mobile bridge. Now, that doesn't have to be specific to the bridge. It could be a mobile anything, but this was something, and I know people do similar things like this, maybe not specifically in the Harrisburg area, not that I'm aware of. So it'd be good to know if these already existed or if people like this existed or things like this existed, but the bridge is also looking into having a mobile bridge to be able to take a lot of the produce that we're building, growing and producing, and actually getting that to neighborhoods where people have trouble either getting to public transportation or not being able to really, go from place to place or to some of these larger areas where the food is actually offered. So that was a huge thing for me, and that in itself just seemed like a great thing to do for those people, obviously, because we don't want, just because people don't have the means, that they don't have access.
This is Rafika speaking. That's something I would like to talk to you about as well. That was something that our agency done years ago, and Geisy Inc. when we first got started, bringing produce to different areas, particularly on the other side of Paxton Street. We stayed over there in the south side of Harrisburg with the public housing to make sure those people got good quality food. So it has been done. A lot of the things that we've talked about tonight has been done. It was just some of us was very ahead of ourselves then. This is the time now to put some of those things into fruition at all stops per se. So that's something that that I could have a discussion with you as well. I didn't get on plugging in stuff, but y'all could stick it in there. The greenhouse area up in Reservoir Park is something that I'm restoring and have been working on restoring for the past several years. We will be right next door to the bridge. I look at 2 different operations.
Yep.
We're doing a lot of land base. We will be doing water catchment there. We'll be growing food in ground, and we're also looking at a greenhouse. Not sure if that's going to be an aquaponic or not. So there's a couple things. We'll just be neighbors, but I look at that as two different operations. Again, like I shared earlier, we're focusing on different types of food that we want to grow, which would be heirlooms, native foods, etc. So I just wanted to put that in there.
And to that point, Rafika, I think that also tapping into the resources we have in the community already, which kind of going back to the map that you guys are putting together, right, where we're detailing and kind of mentioning all these places that already are good sources of local food and stuff like that, but to then use those and have people, do donations and things of that nature to continue along the lines of bringing it to these communities as well. And I think that once the collaboration is there, it'll be a large enough backing that, a lot of these community businesses would obviously easily be willing to do that. And I don't know the logistics behind all of that. That's not my forte, but I know that that's something that can be done to really bring that food. So maybe more specifics on how that would exactly work, maybe a conversation for someone else, but just another thing that we kind of discussed as far as getting, more food to individuals in the area.
Yeah.
This is George.
Sorry, go ahead, George.
Okay, I'm sorry. I actually, hi John. I see it was you speaking. I want to actually jump on what you were saying too. The walkability of one of the giant supermarket is within walking distance. To a lot of people in South Allison Hill, for example, but you can't carry all these big bags of groceries back and forth, and that will be also a problem, with the food accelerator or being at Bishop McDevitt too, not just to the people of South Allison Hill, but also South Side and different sources. But instead of going mobile, having one thing we talked about is what about utilizing the existing resources, the bodegas, the grocery stores, the supply access points that are already there, just encouraging them not to, doing something to be able to encourage them to get the produce and to sell it at convenient prices that makes a profit for them, and that's still cheap to people that are there in their local community. Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to be so big to push away existing local access points or also local growers. You've got the Hug and the Joshua Farm and initiatives like Rafika's. They're all also needing to grow and wanting to do their part and have a market. You don't want to be like a Walmart that pushes out all the small growers, so to speak. So how can you utilize that?
Okay, great. Thanks. Folks, we're going to have to start moving faster so we can get everybody off to bedtime on time tonight. So I just want to let you know we're going to start rolling a little faster. Is there anything else for goal 1 before we hop on to goal 2?
A response to George, but I'll let you go.
No, please do, because I was going to. I think it would be a great point to talk about. You kind of mentioned it before, Gary, with our plans at least, and I think more people should have plans of this nature, but our plans would be to obviously make sure that we are sourcing to local businesses with the food and the produce that we do grow on site there. So we have a direct plug into them. That's our plan. We want to make sure that they're flourishing and growing. And like you said, that's a great opportunity where people are already going to, making sure that they have these healthy options, make sure that they have, even cheaper options. And Gary can speak to this much better than I can, but you talk about the supply chain and trucking and all of the expenses that go with transporting foods from one place to another, to have a central location like the bridge or like Rafika's area where she was referring to, or some of these other places in Harrisburg that are then pouring back into these local businesses is a huge win for the community.
Yeah, and Christine, this is John. Before I have to head off, unfortunately, I have another meeting that just started, but this is very important. I think if we asked our federal and state folks for some assistance, while I love the ideas of everybody having the gardens and the aquaponics and the hydroponics and the food, and we have Amy on from the Central Pennsylvania Food Bank, and we had Emily Nardello from United Way. There's a lot of logistics in this, and I think sometimes getting the food to the people or the people to the food, we kind of lose that. That's the hard part, and we wrestle that with healthcare. Do we get them here or do we take it to them? Some federal assistance with somebody who's really good at supply chain would assure that the food that these people are making anywhere or have, like Amy's up there, that have a large warehouse, that they're getting to that area for distribution, and we're working on it. We just, like, I'm in healthcare, we don't have that specialty here.
Right. Okay. That's helpful.
So
remember actually, folks, I'm going to move. I apologize, but I'm going to move us on to goal 2, or we're not going to hear anything about goal 2, 3, or 4. So I'm going to keep us rolling here. If people have details, you still have editing rights to the whole Google Doc. So you can still add details, questions, and thoughts to any of these actions or new ones. So that's where I want to encourage you to populate additional ideas. We're going to roll on to goal 2 now.
Mixed use development. Put housing in where those resources are at. I said, you just got to put the housing where those resources. Yeah, correct. Like we'll have a medical clinic on site. So if Hamilton House wants to sponsor that, you're more than welcome to. We're talking to UPMC, but you can have a clinic. We've talked to Janine. So having housing, which is also part of the Bridge to Live aspect, having the housing where the rest of the resources are, one, not just sustainable, but also prevents people from having to walk blocks and blocks for their groceries. But as Des said, we're supplying those other grocery areas, not being a Walmart. And we also grow in the wintertime when traditional farming, unless you have a greenhouse, can't grow.
I'm hoping both of you are going to be on the session 3 tomorrow. We're going to do a deep dive under goal 1.
I can't do daytime. I wish. I want to be on every call.
We'll have another session tomorrow evening for more details too. So either one.
Catch the recording.
Okay,
Thank
sounds
you.
great. All right, so thanks Des, thanks Gary and John. So moving on to goal 2. For federal partners, if you are just sharing a resource, I'm going to invite you to not share for right now. We really appreciate the ideas of federal and state partners, but we're going to just focus on the ideas from the communities right now. So thank you, federal and state partners, for your ideas. They're key often on how we realize the goals. So George, we're going to roll on to you for number 2 and 3. George, you want to share your ideas there?
Yeah, it's just simple. We want to make sure local foods that are often seasonal here, and often also not necessarily, in high demand, in order to make them more of interest to the community, just make sure there's the non-seasonal produce that they're familiar with, that's also mixed in with them and sold at the same time. That way you bring more demand, more traffic, and hopefully we'll sell the local stuff that's seasonal with that too. It's just a marketing thing.
Great. And just to orient everyone, goal 2, improve access to and demand for fresh nutritional foods for residents in the South Allison Hill neighborhood. Thanks, George. Anything else on 2 or 3?
3 is just, again, we just want to make sure the local supply chains are not pushed out, but are, and we talked about it in between, so make sure they're on the steering committee, they're on the board and on board for this endeavor. But having said that too, make sure they're supportive of ideas that may challenge them and that they may not be initially supportive of because may challenge the profits, for instance. I don't know how to walk that fine line.
Yeah, it's a tricky fine line there. All right, Catherine, goal 4. All right, Catherine, are you and Will back?
We're back. Sorry, we got a little carried away.
That's okay. I see that you're already into details, which is great. Catherine, do you want to share goal 2, action 4?
I'm gonna give it to Will because I don't have it in front of me. He kept all of my notes and I don't have the notes in front of me.
Perfect.
I just let her go, and I tried to just capture lightning in the bottle as she went. But on this one, I put Catherine was saying to develop a program to educate the community about healthy food and nutrition, especially with children. And she was talking about working with the school system and how a lot of kids, these days maybe aren't eating very nutritiously or aren't really tied in with where their food comes from. And given that importance, trying to have that some sort of program to educate the community as a whole on healthy food, the benefits, and also preparation of. You can give access to people that access to healthy food, but preparing it is kind of the other part to that.
Yeah, great. Do you want to go ahead and share 9 as well while we're here?
Sure. Catherine was talking about gardening too, and integrating gardening skills in the local school curriculum. And so we put that one down too. And Catherine, you can correct me if I didn't capture that correctly. Apologize if
I think you're doing a good job, Will. Doing a great job.
Oh, thanks.
Great. Any questions for anyone on 4 or 9? Or Jessica, feel free to jump in if you have detailed questions as well. All right, Emily, 5 and 6.
Sure, 5 and 6 kind of tie into number 4. Basically taking advantage of some of the classes that are already in existence. I know we had a great experience last year using Penn State Extension's program with a group of 20 Spanish-speaking community members who signed up for a series of classes. Actually, we collaborated with the food bank as well. As our incentive for people to come and attend the program, we had a donated fresh food package with recipes from the Broad Street Market, actually provided that. So it was just really successful. They brought in an interpreter so that, everybody in the class was Spanish speaking. She tried to tailor the recipes toward what would be appreciated by that culture. So it was a good experience. Those resources do exist. They can be tailored even more appropriately to different cultures. And along those same lines, our program for health access uses community health workers, which are basically people from the community who reflect the community, speak the language of the community, and are much better suited to build relationships within the community, and then can be encouragers and connectors to resources and needed things. So I would think they might make a logical bridge to any type of resources that you put out there, helping to gain that acceptance and use of whatever you come up with as your solutions.
Great. Awesome. That says in the chat roll, that's awesome too. Cool. Anything else for 5 and 6, Emily? Okay, cool. Thank you. So, Ron, thanks for the idea for 7. I'm going to keep rolling. How about Des for 8?
Sure. Emily, if you could share some of that stuff, that would be fantastic. But yeah, so let's see. I kind of talked about it already with the mobile bridge idea, and just having more people. Now everything I mentioned, I'll obviously be referring to the bridge, but these are things that the community can and need to do, overall. So this is not specific to us by any means. We are about the community. But the other thing is that as far as demand, that's something we thought about, especially in minority communities, especially Harrisburg area. You'll see everyone in this conversation knows, the food options that are very readily accessible around the area. And so that's a lot of times where it's the drive is for people to go and eat. It's easy to get to, it's cheap, all those things, right? So we need to be able to provide similar options to them, and something that we talked about to, and not just talked about, but have actively been working on and partnered with a group with, was to bring a very, very good, well-known vegan restaurant, fast food restaurant brand from the West Coast, and have them have a location at the bridge. And we would actually serve as their commissary for the East Coast, for them to then be able to pop up more locations across Pennsylvania and surrounding states. So that is something that we know will be huge. That's an action item right there that we know will be huge, because one thing with our communities is that, people want stuff that tastes really good. And I can tell you, like, I'm partially vegan. I'm not all the way Gary yet, but and he'll have to forgive me for that. But what I do know is that I've done my research now, and I've cooked at home. I've gone out and I've found restaurants, and I have the ability to do so and travel. And there are so many places that have so many good options. And a lot of the people don't even know that that kind of stuff exists. They don't know that they can make it in their own homes. And so really bringing that information to them from front and center, giving them something that they could like be excited about, not only getting good taste out of, but also being healthy at the same time, is a good segue for them to really transition into all this healthy produce that we want them to start consuming, you know, as it pertains to bettering the community and its members. So yeah, that's my spiel about that one. So.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. I see that Jessica's capturing some more notes down there. So it's exciting and interest piquing about that.
I make one more point.
Yeah.
In terms of nutritious food and food localization, just within 3 days of picking your food, it loses 30% of its nutritional value. So, you know, times like in December when our food is coming from Florida, California, some of those southern states, not only is it a food desert, but the food within our food desert, it doesn't have its full nutritional value. You compound that with its transport and the fact that it decays before it gets there. Urban farms are extremely important, the whole network.
Yeah. So measure of success, 30% of nutrient loss within 3 days of harvesting. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
That's a pretty significant metric right there. All right, cool. All right, so we have 9 with Catherine, and the Catherine and Will team have shared number 9. So let's roll on to page 2 of goal 2. Richard, how about 11? You still have Richard?
No, I think he had to leave.
Some people had to drop off. I think that Brian, 12?
What did I put? Oh.
Penn State. How about, yeah.
Man, fresh nutrition. I think I meant that for goal 3.
Okay. So we'll move. Do you want to go ahead and move that one over, Brian, to goal 3?
Sure.
Browser, that'd be great. All right. So let's go to Catherine, the Catherine Will team for 14. And then Julie for 18.
Catherine, do you want me to do that or?
I don't have the questions in front of me.
Okay. Well,
I have my iPhone.
let me read it. And so this one's very similar to the one on the last page, but create a program that teaches healthy cooking and how to reduce your budget, and possibly having partnerships would be the action item with the health and medical partners and nutritionists. And so not only how to eat healthy, but also how to eat affordably, and a guide for doing so. Well,
you want me to add on to that?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I really feel that eating healthy is a lost art for our children. And we have to start at a very early age now to introduce them to healthy foods. And with the health problems that we're experiencing now because of what we eat, our diet is what's creating the health issues or the crisis that we're having right now. That I won't go into too much details about that. But I think someone said a long time ago that food is our medicine and medicine is our food. We need to go back to teaching people that medicine is what we eat healthy. And if it comes out of your garden, you're getting all the nutrients, 100% of those nutrients, not 30%, 30 days. But just imagine us eating food that's been stored somewhere 3 weeks. It has no nutrition value at all for our kids. So when I talked about, somebody mentioned a prescription for healthy food. We need to have some farms in place so they can go and fill that prescription right away, just like we got these dispensaries around here for other herbs that people are taking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Ready.
So
easy to
those
access.
are some steps that we need to go in the right direction of feeding people and teaching people what food looks like.
Yeah.
It's not
Awesome.
the 80% of food that we see in our grocery stores on the shelves. It's the stuff you walk past getting to the other stuff. That's all you need, the outside owls. You know, we got to educate our community on what food is.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Catherine. I see details being captured in 2 places, both under your action and in the notes down below. So that's awesome. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah.
All right, we have 10 minutes left, so we're going to keep going. Julie, 18.
Okay, I'll be quick, and thank you for the great transition, Catherine. I know that Hamilton Health in their new master plan had a kind of food bank distribution hub potentially as part of that. And so I was just thinking of your example from, I think, the first session is, can that be changed into something that's more of like a food prescription program where their doctors there can write the prescription and they can directly go straight to a food pharmacy to pick up their prescription, or some kind of incentive for reducing price of local produce there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Julie. All right, we're going to keep going. On to goal 3, expand and increase resources, training, and support for local food growers and food entrepreneurs. So we have a couple federal and state resources here. I'm just going to ask folks to, we're going to focus on the community ideas and we're going to roll through them pretty quick. So Amy, number 1.
So this is actually a state resource.
Okay.
And it actually may fit more under goal number 2. But there is a lot of grant dollars right now being directed to help support agriculture, so they have markets to sell their food that, the food supply chain has been interrupted. But this fresh food financing program that's run by the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture is actually oriented towards bodegas and corner grocery stores and places like that to equip them with the infrastructure they need to provide more fresh food and therefore provide an additional market to the agriculture community. So I saw on the map there was a grocery store that was struggling to have safe environment to serve their fresh food and that sort of thing. So this is the kind of grant program that could support and maybe build out, create spaces, refrigeration and freezers and things like that to sell more fresh and healthy food.
Yes, Amy, if I can add to that, this is Brian with Penn State Extension.
Brian, briefly.
Yeah, I had a colleague who grabbed a hold of that grant and worked with 12 of those businesses in South Central PA to get a collective close to $600,000 for just what you were talking about. So that's huge.
Awesome. That's huge. Yeah.
That is.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Amy. Alrighty. So I'm just gonna, folks can see what these are right now. For our remaining goals and actions, well, I just wanna see if people have any questions about what is in the remaining goals and actions moving forward so that we can make sure they're understandable in the survey tomorrow. So 4 looks pretty straightforward. 6 might need a little bit more details with Catherine and Will. I'm curious, who is number 7 there? Focus on the community to work together. Can you add a little bit more detail for that one, or anyone want to share more about what that one might look like?
That might have been me typing as well there.
Okay.
And just listening to Catherine talking about how important it is for the community to work together on finding solutions.
Okay. That sounds good. So any question from anyone about what any of these goals mean? If you saw them in a survey, would you be able to understand what they mean before we move on to the next page? Alrighty. So the next page has 2. Any questions about these actions from Julie? Julie, thanks for popping them there. Any questions about what these actions mean? Or if folks want to have any questions, feel free to include them. Alrighty.
I guess my question.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, my question on number 18 would be, for the business/agribusiness training. Does something like that currently exist, or is this something that would be completely new and started from scratch?
I would say we don't have anything currently going on in Harrisburg. There's probably resources out there for it. We just have the very small, they have like a couple plots or like one vacant lot of land, but maybe want to start selling and don't know where to start. So just like that basic kind of understanding of how to price, how to plant, that kind of thing.
They call me.
Right, Brian.
Penn State Extension does all this. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I get those calls every day.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions for goal 3? All right. All of you get gold stars for hanging with it. Goal 4, create an ethnic restaurant row in South Allison Hill. So what, couple different ideas here. What questions do people have about any of these actions, if any? Are there additional details that you would need if you saw these in a survey? We're not going to go through them one by one.
This is Jackie, and I was number 4, and I really was a little stymied. I didn't work with the rest of it, but I was thinking
Jackie, your audio Jackie
restaurant is so different from the others, that it is a place to get.
Jackie, can you hang on one second, Jackie?
Now, I mean, there are restaurants already.
In John Grisham's greatest courtroom.
Yes. Yes.
There you are, Jackie. It just got all digital. If you turn your video, try turning your video off for a second, Jackie, and try saying that again.
I don't know what the problem is.
All right,
okay.
try one more. Now I can hear you. Just try that one more time, please.
Okay. Okay.
Now we can hear you.
That might be even better then. Okay. Can you hear me now? No.
Yes.
Can you hear
Yes.
me now? Okay.
Yes.
Well, the only thing I said was number 4 is so different from all the others, and I was thinking, see, this is something that we could be working on now just in general, and that just start making sure that we stay in touch with the restaurants as they come into South Allison Hill. There are some already, and how many of us patronize all of them and talk to the owners. So I started writing, but I was a little flummoxed by this whole process at 8 o'clock at night. So I didn't finish. That is really what I was talking about in number 4. To start working on that now.
Okay. So to start working with the restaurants now, to start identifying where the restaurants are, and would that be to help them network together and to be identified kind of as South Allison Hill restaurants as an identity now, Jackie? Looks like you might be on mute.
Let me see.
What was that?
I would think so. I would think so, because they're already here. I mean, it's already their thing. So just starting to partner and with the idea, not getting them to do anything in particular like that, but just letting it happen that way. I mean, we have more and more all the time. So I'm sure they have some relationships, but the question is, do we know what their relationships are? You know. So.
Okay, that's helpful. So it sounds like working with existing relationships that are already there, working with the restaurants that are already there, identifying them and starting to collaborate together with the restaurants that are in place. So, so it's about 8. Will, would you mind popping I don't know if Jessica is taking notes right now, the survey for day 1 into the chat roll, please. I want to really recognize the folks that are still on the call, but I do want to wrap it up because we do need to keep things on time. So are there any questions about the last 2 sheets on 8 or 9? Does anyone have any details you want to add or any questions for 8 or 9? Excuse me, 9 or 10, sheets 9 or 10? If you have any additional details you'd like to add, we welcome them. We'll have session 3 tomorrow. We'll focus on really just continuing to prioritize and refine the actions. And then session 4, we'll be putting details. So we'll have time tomorrow during the day from 2:30 to 4:30 to refine the action ideas and to prioritize them. So Jessica, any questions on your end for goal 4?
Nope.
All right. So Will, are you able to pop the survey? You might not have it accessible.
Yeah, I can't find the link. I'm sorry.
I've got it.
Okay, awesome. That'd be great. So here's where we're headed. We are going to be wrapping up now and hoping everybody has a restful evening tonight. We come back. So first of all, thank you. Your ideas are tremendous and they build on each other and you're sharing a lot of details already, which is really helpful. So I really appreciate everyone's action ideas and details so far. So thank you. We will send out a Google survey tomorrow with these actions included, and we ask you to fill it out. It'll be a very simple and straightforward survey for which actions you think are the most important for each goal. There will be time to add new ideas in session 3, new action ideas to put more details around these different actions. I was going to say meat on the bones, but vegans might not appreciate that. So I need a new tofu or tempeh analogy. If anybody has any, please share them. With that being said, we have wrapped up our day 1 today. Really appreciate everyone's ideas. We do ask that if everyone can fill out the survey for day 1, that's tremendously helpful. We will include this in the post-workshop survey as well, but the link is in the chat roll and it's on the screen as well. For those of you who might have a phone, you can actually hold your phone up to the screen and read that QR code just with your camera, and it will take you directly to the survey. So your feedback is very helpful. It's on, again, it's on the screen as well. So we start tomorrow at 2:30. We'll be sharing the Google survey again by email tomorrow. Here's another, the survey will take about 5 or 10 minutes, and it's really helpful for EPA to help improve the Local Foods, Local Places program. The survey results are anonymous and reported in the aggregate. So with that being said, any final thoughts before we wrap up today from anyone?
Thank you for doing this. It was wonderful.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it. We'll stay on for a couple minutes. For those of you who need to put kids in bed, no problem if you jump right off or whatever you need to do, but we will stay on for a couple minutes. If anyone has any questions or feedback, we welcome that. Otherwise, thank you everyone so much. We look forward to seeing you at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, same dial-in information. We hope you have a great night. Thank you, everybody. Take care. And again, anybody who wants to stay on, feel free. Bye, everybody.